Good evening, my fellow primates and earthlings and artists and humans. I just finished this beauty. I've been working with it for a very long time. It's painted from an art photo, which I took a while ago, actually all the way back in February or something there. I started this in February. And I've been working on it on and off for a very long time. That is why I have also gone very deep into the textures and into the kind of the sculptural dimension. It has gotten some kind of a, what should I say, some almost Rembrandtish feel to it. There's a lot of detail, a lot of overpaint, glazing. All in all, I've been working like crazy on it to come to this point. And I actually think it's one of the better paintings that I'm painted for until now. Luckily, I keep getting better at the age of 54. And that is kind of weird to think about. So yeah, I became quite pleased with it. It is a 12-hour long video, so I hope you actually enjoy it, and yeah, remember to give us a thumbs up, leave a comment, tell me what you think. Also check out the hyperlinks or chapters in the description. It's very important that you use them. It takes me a while to make them, so please do. And remember, go to my PATRON and sign up for $1 or $15 if you want to support my work, and I will actually teach you how to paint. So, with this, I guess you just have to keep watching. Hey. I just wanted to add a fun fact. In the beginning of this video, you can actually see that my hair on top and stuff is very thin. And that is because I have the known side effect from COVID, which is hair loss. And you can actually see as the video or the progress in the video, I get more and more hair back. So it almost got all bald, and then it started to come back, and now it's kind of short but curly on top. So it's quite a fun fact. You can actually see it in the video. So that's quite cool. Anyway, hope to give it a thumbs up. Yay! Okay, here we go. As usually, I have to measure, and I found out that the head was like up to the arms was about 1, and then the hands comes on top of that. It is a little bit to this side, and I need to find the right place, so I'll just try to go. Let me see here, 1, 2, and about 3 and a little bit, and I just have to find kind of this 1 like here, and then the hands will come a little bit over there. I don't know if that is good enough, but I'm going to see 1. So you do 1, 1, 2, 3. No, that was wrong. I need to go further down, a little bit higher. The face will be a little bit bigger than reality, maybe, or at least real size. Let me see now. 1, and you go down here. You go 1, 2, 3. Even a little bit more there, like this. 1, 2, and 3. A little bit less here. 1, 2. That was okay. From here, 1, 2, 3. Well, I'm gonna do like this, and I'm gonna mark here and see. that's also very important that I measure from there and down, yeah. From side to side. It will be about here actually. So we just count 1, 2, and 3. And a little bit more, maybe a little bit more down here, maybe. This is how it is when I don't use a projector. I don't never use a projector. 1, 2, 3. That was a little bit too much. So I'm gonna place it about here, I think. And I'm gonna bloody well hope for the best. And I'm gonna do one more. 1 from here. 1, 2, and 3. A bit more. 1, 2, and 3. Well, it's like, let's just put it there, okay? And she's a little bit more to the side, so the face will basically, you see, okay, just mark things up. Now I want this to be very perfect, or not perfect. You can't really paint perfect when you paint in this way, but you know, she has the arm, she has that arm that comes out here, there's perspective there, goes in, goes here, draw, okay. I like this this way of sketching. And I do it like this. Here, it's just such beautiful hair. It's just amazing. And the face is like a doll. Okay, this part of the sketching process I'm doing as a time lapse with voice over, because I actually thought I became a little bit too personal in this clip, and I decided to remove some of the you know, some of the audio. As you can see here how I paint it, I do just start with these small markings really, and I just add in a little bit of shadow there, a little bit of you see, I'm actually drawing. I'm drawing here with my brush. So to me, this is doing this with the brush is basically my kind of charcoal. As you see, I always start with the light areas, and then I kind of use the background and the raw umber I've washed over the gesso as a kind of as a beginning shadow thing. When I then put on some light or bright colors, you can see that they are kind of coming out. If I had a white canvas, I had to go both down into the shadow and up into light. Now I can just kind of paint with light in the beginning. That is why I use that raw umber thing in the background. So yeah, I hope you enjoy it. I hope that you enjoy the sketching process here. It is kind of strange to make a voiceover over one's own talking, but sometimes, you know, it's necessary. I tend to become a little bit too personal in my videos, and I maybe should try to hold back a little bit. And yeah, so here you can actually see adding more of the shadow and I'm just keep painting and keeps molding that channel. She's a really beautiful girl I'm painting. I'm very lucky to have such beautiful subjects. Anyway, I see you in the next segment. Yay, the sketch is going quite nice. I have to say that it's almost like I know her face and body in a very good way. We also sent her a small video of this painting process. A small video with some music she likes, and she called me and had a very nice conversation. So that was nice. So now I'm happy again, isn't that what I say? Anyway, try to talk a little bit about painting. As you can see, I just crisscross. What I like is, of course, this background here is very nice because it's so. It is kind of it has a lot of cobalt in it, but also the alizarin that I like so much. It's a nice contrast to the reddish in the hands and stuff. I think this is going to become a very, very, very nice painting. I can see it already. It actually has great potential. And yeah. Now I will try to build the textures in this. Build some textures in kind of crisscross and build all this plaster or that wall. Kind of get that simmering feeling in it. It's going to be quite exciting to work with. Yeah. And I noticed I haven't gotten done so very much lately because of many reasons, but when I start, it is almost like my brain just says, "Yekidakidoo, I'm back, honey," and then it's almost like my brain is just wired and it doesn't take me that much time to get back into it. I have to move that a little bit. So here, actually, I don't even think I need this right here. No, but it's nice to have as a reference point. She's so feminine, you know. She doesn't have so big, large breasts, but she has this very nice feminine body. Feminine skin. High estrogen woman. And it shows, you see that baby fat, that healthy look. And yeah, let's see here actually. Kind of there, no, here actually. I would like to get the whole sketch in tonight, but I think it's going to be quite difficult to get that far. But I'm going to try because I can use at least 5 more hours on this tonight. Four maybe. Need more black. Okay. So Just love these shadows. It's like a object within the object. I used to, in my other studio, I used to have these windows behind, and this is actually even better in many ways because it's kind of cleaner, and the model is even. As you can see, I basically used the paint as it was charcoal or drawing or something. So I just kind of keep adding. So yeah, there's a very nice bra. It's perfect for her. She has this these flowers, and it's better also for YouTube because if she was totally nude, it would probably be flagged. It might be flagged seeing she doesn't have panties on, but you can't actually see anything, so it should be okay. Anyway, it is sad. Actually, I had a conversation with her. We're talking about YouTube and stuff and censorship of art, and the problem is that there is an algorithm who actually decides, but they all also go through the videos manually after the computer has picked up some maybe nudity or something. And I honestly think that YouTube could make exceptions for classical art and stuff like that. I had some of my videos flagged as age-related or whatever, and it's kind of annoying. And it's always my most viewed videos because kind of figure paintings like this attract more views, of course. Should be natural. See, now I want to get this in. Now what I do today is just to get the basics in, and I'm going to use tomorrow evening and night to kind of build more textures and build more skin tone and kind of tighten it up, and then I let it kind of surface dry for a while, and I kind of start painting over it again. I'm working fast. My brain is really kicking back now. I can feel that it's waking up. It's a good thing. Having this girl in my life for a while actually kicked back my hormones. There's no doubt about it. To get this right, do something like this up here. It's a brilliant thing to have that bra on. It just can't be better than that, because it just underlines the whole shape of the body and gives her the roses in it, and everything is just brilliant. It's almost like the tattoo girl I painted, just that her roses were on the skin. Beautiful face. I just love that face. Yeah, I can make it darker. She has to go down here, I think I should use that mirror so I don't do any huge mistakes wherever I put that mirror. Where did I put my mirror? My mirror. Why do I keep misplacing important things like that? Where's my mirror? What is you? Yeah. No idea. Huh. Oh, there it is. Yolla, yolla. Nice. Okay, let's go into dark. Work myself down. She goes a little bit in here and down like this. And the waist goes more underneath here. The buttocks. Just work myself down. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, nice. Nice. I use blue-black here actually from Winsor Newton. It's one of the few Winsor Newton colors I use. I haven't found blue-black in any store in Oslo from Old Home. So I'm using blue-black from, as I say, from Winsor Newton. Actually, I have a different photo of her. The same photo, just a little bit more focused out. But I felt that this composition was the best, because when I put it out a little bit, also more of the legs, it kind of lost some of the composition become a little bit different, but if I do some mistake or if I need some more here, I have actually a photo. I can prolong this a little bit and stuff, so that's good to have. But I try to actually get the painting as accurate as possible from the beginning. But as I say, I do not use projectors or projector, and that's why it's easier for me to do some mistakes and stuff. And maybe I paint something bigger, and then you lose some space. And sometimes it's okay; it doesn't matter. It's not a catastrophe, but sometimes you do some mistake that you actually need to. I even have a couple of times made a canvas bigger. The problem then is that you get these sharp kind of lines afterwards in the canvas from the gesso. So it's not really a good idea to do that. It's a lot of cup lock, it's a lot of this, I use Naples Gel Extra a lot, and I often mix that, say skin color, well I use cup lock and that one a lot, and I also mix it with more blue and stuff to kind of get this kind of natural skin tone. I remember I had a friend once, this is a long time ago, we're not friends anymore. Maybe that was my fault, maybe that was his fault, but anyway. And he was obsessed with how I made skin tone. And I told him, I don't know, I just look at the object and I paint what I see. And he just got angry. The reason he got angry was that his name was Jarl, actually, the same as my brother. He used all these fan brushes and everything. He wanted everything to be kind of smooth and stuff, and he didn't understand that much of the natural skin tone or natural skin feeling when you're done with a painting actually comes from the brushwork. That isn't perfect. That it feels like it has some motion in it. But he didn't understand that, so he got angry because he thought I had some recipe. And in a way, I use, as I say, this Naples Gel Extra as a yellow, but it is basically, as you can see when I'm painting now, I'm mixing these colors on the canvas. It is a very loose process. It's not rigid, it's not perfect. And as I said in many videos before, it is basically the laws of nature that in the process, all the overpaints and all these things that actually in the end create the painting. It's not that I have a recipe, not conscious anyway. I just look and then I paint and then shit happens. Of course I have the same palette all the time. There's videos of my palette where I explain my palette on my YouTube channel. So you can look up that if you like. Where I actually explain how I think with the palette and how I set it up. And it has to be, I have some different palettes, but it's usually the same rhythm in how I put up the colors. And of course that is why, the reason for that is that it's like, if you're gonna have a dynamic, loose process when you paint, you have to stick with some of the same colors and the same rhythm how you put them up. It's like a piano. You wouldn't create a new kind of keyboard every time we're going to play some music, because your brain works in patterns, and it really needs some predictability and an amount of skill to get into that deep flow. And that is also proven by science. So deep flow, the thing that can make things virtuose, really are based on a set of skills that make the process quite automatic. And the more skilled you get, the more automatic the process becomes and the more dance-like it becomes. Actually, it was a person who I put up some sketches on Instagram and TikTok, and he said something I have been saying myself, you have to think of painting as a dance. And he said, your brushwork looks like it's a dance, and it's exactly the point. It was so funny that he said that, because it's exactly what I'm kind of talking about when I'm painting. That it is a dance. So yeah. And if you can't dance, if you haven't practiced dancing, it's very hard to find a rhythm. And it's the same thing here. Rhythm is a dancer. Dun, 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 dun. I feel happy now. I was miserable earlier this day because I hadn't talked to this girl, and I felt everything was just falling apart. And then we talked, and now I feel good again. And I guess this is going to be a roller coaster. I have no idea where we'll end up, but I'm inspired by it. So I think being inspired by beauty, by both the love of painting, love of the person, love of life, is maybe the most important things of all. This girl came into my life as a whirlwind and might go out the same way. In some sense, it's just the way it is. Actually, I listened to some Stoic philosophy about attachment and love and stuff, and you can see it like this. I am borrowing her for a while. The universe let me borrow her for a while in my life, and maybe someday it takes her back, and you have to give her back. It can be a breakup, it can be whatever. So nothing is permanent, and in Stoic philosophy you try to think like, okay, what is stable? What will be there with you for the rest of your life? And of course the answer is just patently obvious. It is yourself and your consciousness and your flow. That is what the last thing you do. You take a last breath and you have a last thought. Hopefully you have a last thought. And then it's over. And that was your life. You can't take money with into your grave anyway. You can't take people with you. You can't take things with you. You can't really take your status with you into the grave. You are just going into the bloody grave. Now, it's nice to think that people will appreciate your artwork after you're dead. Of course. of course. There's no doubt about that. But it's not the driving force. Oh, you have to create a legacy. A legacy? What the hell is a legacy? A legacy means that you're dead. And you're not gonna experience your own legacy. So the experience of life, the experience of love has to come while you're alive, while you're here. This is it. And yeah, I start to feel that I'm doing something right here. And yeah. So, Zimzalabim. Okay, I just love her stomach. I always pester me, oh, I have to get rid of my stomach, she says, and I say, no, if you don't have a stomach, you just have some sweet, plump, kind of, I can make a baby fat, and it's just beautiful. And if she would lose too much weight, she also lose her butt, and that is not good. Now I do like a plumper girl, as long as she has a waist and as long as she has kind of a broader hips and waist. I can tolerate a huge amount of fat. So I'm kind of I maybe call myself, not chubby chaser, but kind of a little bit plumper chaser. I don't like them to be unhealthy, you know. I have to look healthy. But, you know, a woman with the right shape can gain an enormous amount of weight, actually, in my view, until she starts looking bad. And I don't care if a woman some have children and the stomach is maybe hanging a little bit. I don't mind at all. It's kind of, it just looks natural and beautiful in many ways. So, for me, anyway, that is not a turn off at all. And I mean, if you are turned off by a woman who brought children for you into your life, and you are complaining that her body isn't like when you met her the first time, you're just a fucking asshole, okay? You're just an asshole. I mean, having babies has a price. Some actually have a larger price than others, but the body will, of course, change a little bit after childbirth. My mom, actually, almost didn't change at all, but she was very slim and stuff, so and she didn't gain much weight. But girls like this, who is a little bit more of the, shall we say, the Buddha kind or the milk-maiden kind, they can gain some more weight because they have on average. Yeah, as I say, they have some more fat tissue and they tend to gain a little bit more. But it's fine. I have nothing against that. Actually, I prefer big butts. As I told her, if you're gonna lose the stomach, you have to start doing compound weight training to keep this shape. So, compound weight training. Well, what's most important when you meet a girl that you like is actually the smell and taste. And when you kiss, you can actually taste the hormones in your mouth. That is, I've been thinking about that because I love kissing, and I actually talked about that in my Vermeer or Girl with Earring video. The taste when you kiss somebody that is kind of genetically compatible, or whatever you call it. You can actually taste their hormones. You can taste that this girl is right for it. Or this man, if you are a woman or gay or whatever. Yeah. I don't know how that would actually work for gay people, if you have the same thing. If there is some, I mean, gay people can't have children, so why should there be a genetic match? Well, I guess so. Maybe there is, I don't know. Maybe I should study that, Google it actually. Or if this only works for people who can make pretty babies. That's the things I think about when I paint. Mirror. What I do, I just look in a mirror and I look at the model at the same time. And I can actually see if there are some discrepancies. I need, because I can't really see, something like this, and like that, and like this, and like that, and like this. Yeah. I think the products has to go, yeah, further down here. I thought so. Her buttocks kind of comes out and goes more down here actually. And that means that this probably goes a little bit further down, like this. And this foot actually goes out, and it's kind of short here because it goes just around like this, and it goes kind of straight down here. And this one goes more down here, and we have this one, and this one actually goes all the way, yeah. So I think I actually have to, this have to be a little bit slimmer. No, her buttocks is actually going further out. So I was correct the first time. So it has to go further out, like this. And then maybe this one goes a little bit in. Here. This one here. Maybe this one is lower down. Yeah, this is lower. This is lower. And of course, then this is also lower. Lower. this a little bit more in, like this maybe. These are the things I will kind of figure out as I go along. And yeah, okay, I'll stop now and I'll just keep adding in things. You complete me. Yes. Okay. See ya next. Okay, I actually noticed some mistakes I've done. That's kind of crazy. I have done some. That is the important thing, because I thought this was a little bit too narrow, and I see now that I have done mistakes all the way down here actually. So I have to, and I thought it was a little bit too thick. So actually I have to go all the way in here, here about approximately here. So yeah, and I just have to follow that line. Let me see, it goes in like this. Also her face, nose goes out here, and the forehead actually goes all the way out here. That is the kind of things, and then the nose probably moves in a little bit, and the forehead tilts a little bit more that way. That is the things that happens when you don't use a projector, and you sketch very fast like I do. I kind of tend to sketch pretty fast, as I said, and then things like this can actually happen. But I think it actually gives something to the painting when I do mistakes like that. And suddenly you just see, oh shit, the whole thing is just wrong. And you just have to do it all over again. And that's fine, really. It's a shame because I really like the sketch, but you know, you have to get it right. And then actually this also can go out a little bit, and this one goes more down here, stuff like that. So yeah, it doesn't take me much time to fix it, but I should have noticed that in the beginning. I should have measured the whole thing, but I kind of get too, shall I say, too optimistic, as I call it, and you do mistakes like that, and I guess it's fine. And this, well, I'll fix that later. And then I have to go in here, and I have to go all the way in here actually, and so it comes down here. You see now, it gets slimmer. That wasn't what I reacted to. Well, isn't it slim? Shouldn't it be slimmer? And yeah, the breast is basically Of course this have to go further back. So the whole thing in a way has to be moved all the way here, actually. I don't wonder why didn't I see that? Maybe it is because I tend to exaggerate the shapes of women. I tend to make them a little bit bigger. And I think that is kind of a preference I have, more a sexual preference, that I tend to make their shapes a little bit bigger. If they have big hips, I tend to make them bigger and stuff like that. So that might be it. That's kind of hard to know, so anyway. So here. It was kind of lovely, but it wasn't this one. It was another painting, another model, another picture. So that would be cheating. I would never. The thing with me, I would never be pleased with it, because I would actually say, "Oh, there's some mistakes here," and I would never be pleased with it. So I can't just let it be. I say, it's good enough. No. It has to be what I'm painting. So that's why I'm changing it now. Maybe it's interesting for you to actually see that process. So it's just, okay, yeah. That is just a thin stripe here. And it goes down to, the brown is here now actually. Is that not correct? Yeah, actually it is. And of course the face has to be a little bit more, the nose a little bit smaller. Yes. That's why I like the old Holland paint, because it's kind of clay-like. Oh, see that? I have to kind of move the whole thing, the whole eye, everything, almost everything must be moved. Yeah, that's better, I think. It's more correct. Because she's more like this, and I painted it like this. And it's kind of a stupid mistake I kind of keep on doing. It's not the first time I've done that. And that is the things you have to look for when you paint freehand. Be very careful with seeing those perspectives, because it's so easy to do these mistakes. It was so sweet of her to call me today. And yeah. The thing is, when you do paint over things like this, it's actually a little bit harder to get that lovely first sketch when you do it over it afterwards, because you kind of lose some of that first sketch spontaneity. But it is a price you just have to pay to fix it, so there's nothing much you can do about that. I had COVID in the beginning of December, and one of the side effects are actually, and that happens 2 to 3 months after, because the hair is going into this this hibernation, and for it to start growing it, I actually had to shred the hibernated hair. So suddenly I lost a lot of hair, you can see, and it comes from COVID. It's actually one of the, I didn't know what the hell is happening. I also had another stress event, quite heavy stress event, so it can also be that, but I think it was the COVID thing, because it kind of fits the signs. So I lost basically 40% of my hair, and I have like I don't have thick hair in start with, because I have some male baldness, or not bald, but some male pattern baldness. So suddenly, and it looked good actually before Christmas, because I had my curls back and treated it well, and then boom, gone. But I'm just trying to treat it nicely now and see if I can get it back, especially in front and here. It's thinned out like crazy. It hasn't been thick, but it has been kind of intact. And now it just, you can see the sky through it. But I can see there's a lot of new small hairs coming out, so I guess it probably will start growing back soon. And in the meantime, I just put it up in like this and use different remedies like the finasteride I use, and I use the mixodyl, and I do my massage my head every day, and it actually helps with hair growth. If you do massage your hair every day, it can actually stop the hair loss, because that is actually how the mixodyl works. It opens up the veins, and also that will help to get more of the finasteride into your hair follicles. I have been losing hair for like 30 years or something. I used to have thick hair, very nice hair. And so I had a friend actually in art school, had a colossal hair, and he lost his hair in a heartbeat. It was just crazy to look at it. I couldn't understand what was happening. Curly, beautiful hair, and then it just fell off in droves. And it's crazy. Okay, I think that was more correct. If you can see, you just moved it a little bit more that way. And I was actually standing in I have had long hair since 1990, the 1990s. The only thing I do is let my mother cut a few centimeters every time I'm home, in my home Iceland, Cali. And suddenly it was falling off like this, and I was standing there with a razor, or not razor, but electric razor, or electric shaving machine. I used to do like your father. Just cut it off, you know. My father lost his hair quite early, and he just took a machine to it, or a razor to it, and just wiped it out. But my shape of my head is not that nice, I think. So I want to keep my hair as long as I can. So I hope it will come back. Go back here. And it probably will. So. And another friend of mine actually is experienced exactly the same thing. And didn't know what it was until I figured it out, because I started Googling it and looking at YouTube. And it's actually a very common thing, and it can take like 3 months to a half year before it actually comes back. So, and then it has to grow out, of course, and that takes time. So yeah. Okay, I think it became better now, more correct. And yeah. We'll probably move it around even more. But at least it doesn't kind of, if I take the forehead now and it goes like down like this, the forehead here is approximately the same. Not all the same, but almost. So yeah. The thing is, when you put on layer upon layer upon layer with thick colors, and suddenly you realize that you have to move things, it can become a little bit messy. As I said in the beginning, you lose that first brush stroke. But I think this kind of didn't mess too much up. Yeah, I think this is better. This girl's amazing face. Amazing face. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I can hear myself thinking out loud, and I'm having this dialogue inside my head, and I'm answering my own questions. And as I said, this girl pointed it out. Funny that when I was talking, she loves listening to me, and that's nice because I'm a talker. Especially after sex, I talk. And because I get so high that I start talking. She said when I was talking, I was like listening to my thoughts coming right out my mouth, like unfiltered, like I was thinking when I was talking, or I was doing both at the same time. And I guess, do people actually think and then talk? For me, it's like thoughts just appear in my head, and it's almost like they just pop into existence from a pool of a reservoir, or pool of kind of relations between things, between cases, between knowledge, if you have enough knowledge, you can actually keep up flowing conversation, because as you talk about the topic, there will always be another topic that pops up that has a relationship to the topic that you are talking about at the moment. And that is why maybe conversation is more like painting. When you have enough information to keep up conversations like that, it becomes a dance, it becomes kind of back and forth between a web of knowledge and digressions and links between everything. Yeah. That is why knowledge is so beautiful to have, because you can keep up abstract conversations about basically most topics. And I listen to a lot of science when I paint. I listen to a lot of science every day. For some reason I love learning. And yeah. I wonder how it will turn out with this girl. I was talking to her today on the phone and I said, well, my daughter doesn't want me to have more children. And I was talking about me inheriting things on my hometown. And then she jokingly said, well, then I will probably inherit it someday. I thought, wow, that's a thought, you know. Yeah, if she had kids with me, she would actually have a right there, I think. If I died, which I probably would before her because I'm quite older. Now, David Sinclair is doing a lot of age research, and what I'm hoping for within my lifetime, and which I also think will come, is medicines that will actually stop the aging process and even reverse it. As he says, for every year you live right now, you get I think it was, or was it 3 months? 3 months, wasn't it more to live? So for every year you live, you kind of so you're not only aging like 9 months a year at this point in history. And his goal is to get this down to basically no aging at all. So you age like 9 months every year. You used to age basically more than 1 year every year because of things from the outside like diseases and lack of food and stuff like that. But now you actually age only 9 months in a year. So what they're working with is actually getting it down to that you don't age at all every year you live. And hopefully that will be possible within my lifetime. So nobody's going to inherit me anyway, because I'm simply not going to die. I don't have time for death. I need to live. I need to create. I need to see. The beauty of existence is here. I'm going to put in some right here. She has such a beautiful hair too, so just amazingly thick hair. Okay, from just do this approximately now. And leaves here, flowers, leaves like this, this. I think this was actually way better. There's still things I have to do with the shape here and stuff, but I think I managed to save it. Yeah. Looks like I managed to save at least some of it. It actually looked more like her in the first sketch, but that would be natural. I felt it more like, was a little bit more like her, but you know. So I'm going to put in her. Yeah, that was actually better. There. Her lips. Her lips are kind of like mine. We have both kissing lips. So, yeah. She kind of looks, she looks at herself in a mirror. There's a mirror, and so her pupils is actually kind of there. She just have to go closer and see. She looks a little bit up. So her pupils is actually kind of in here somewhere. And it has to be darker here. So it kind of looks up and in. Yeah. Anyway, it's hard to get this done now in all the wet paint here, so I'm not really gonna try to do too much detail. Just want to underline these things a little bit. Then we have this. It's quite nice. Good. Say yeah. Now it's getting more stressful and difficult because I'm trying to get this right. But I do think that was a little bit better, yes. Okie dokie, as you can see, I have painted the whole thing, the body, and I'm just going to do some adjustments and stuff, and I'm going to mold it more tomorrow after I've been sleeping and stuff. But I think it comes out pretty nice. I had to, of course, fix everything and redo some stuff, but in the end I think it's becoming quite nice, or soluble, as they say. It is something people can probably hang on their wall. So yeah. Such many nice details. The stomach here and stuff. This goes kind of behind, like this. She has some. She's strong, you know. She has this a little bit thick thighs or legs because she has a lot of muscle. Strong, she's bicycling a lot, so stuff, training a lot, like me. That is what is so enticing with her. She has this femininity about her. At the same time, she's very strong, so it's typical, the kind of Rubens model. And she's sitting in actually the same position as one of these Rubens paintings. Or Rembrandt painted one. Where a woman sits like this, kind of with some cloth. I didn't bring the cloth. Actually, that is a coincidence. I just realized that now, that is how she sits, and almost anyway. I think it was Heinrich Stoffels. That was a model for it. I don't know. And there are some. The Rubens have some also. Anyway, it's a very classical pose, a classical model, and yeah. I'm a lucky guy that actually can have models like this. Paint beauty. All my life, the rest of my life, we can paint beauty and enjoy. So I could actually finish the whole thing today, just roughly, just for fun, but just see what I do. I put in the blue and stuff and the surroundings, and like this, and way darker than that. here is where the blue-black comes in, because the blue-black has some color in it, or some, and it gives the painting a little bit. The ivory black is kind of grayer, and it's probably good for more earthy colors, but this one is more in the bluish, so you can actually bring it more up to the blue, or you can bring it down. It just depends what kind of color you mix it with. So now it will let you here as you is actually hovering, but you see that chair in the background, it also comes underneath here, so when I'm done you will actually be able to see that she's actually sitting on something. Ooh la 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 la. Ooh la la la. It's funny, I kind of never go tired when I do stuff like this. I could bang on forever. Huh. Looking forward to creating her stomach and the skin and everything here. It's gonna be great. It's been much darker. But it's fine, that's a first stroke. Such a round buttocks. Buttocks. Yeah, I'll stop filming now, and I think, yes, that was 10 minutes, and it's almost out of battery anyway, so I can actually see what I did. Yeah. I think it will end in a good way. If there is such a thing as a good way. Gonna make her some lamb and have a good time. And I think life, I probably said it before, I'm pretty sure I said it before, you have some friends for a while and things happen, things change. You have some girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever you have, who's listening to me right now, and it goes to tatters. It doesn't work out and things. What surprises me is the amount of hatred that people go to many times, also in friendships and that dissolve and stuff. I mean, why not remember the good things? Why not just say, you know what, we had such a good time in the beginning there. Despite this has deteriorated into something that doesn't resemble how it started, maybe we should not regret going into a relationship with someone despite that thing's not working out. That we just remember, you know, life's a process. Let's remember the good things. Maybe it's easy to say, you know, if people, that is of course if there is no real malice, if there is no real, real shit, you know, people just changing totally personality and are really bad steps on everything. Maybe it's a bit more difficult to do that, but if it's not too bad, if it's just that you kind of became different over time and maybe in a relationship you lost your sexual interest and then you stopped talking and then it just deteriorated and nothing more than that. You should be able to have a good relation with the person. Kind of not a loving relationship, but a relationship. I think that should be possible. I think that would be... Yeah, I'm ranting now. Well, I think it's strange that people that used to love each other become so entangled in hatred. That if one could actually step back and try to remember all the good things, it wouldn't be so bad. You wouldn't regret being with the person. That's my point. And now heartbreak is no fun, of course. I mean, I had a friend, and I was actually his best man in his wedding, and he married this girl too young, I think. They married in the beginning of the 20s. And they had 3 kids. And while he was working in a North Sea, she was fucking a neighbor. Which he also went to trips with, diving trips and stuff. And that is something you don't walk back from. That is such a, and that was a friend of the family. Okay, it was a couple, and also the wife to this guy suffered under it. And that is malice. That is so bad that I wouldn't be able to. That would change my perception so much about that person that I would never get over it. I would never look at that person as a good person again. Never, ever. That isn't a mistake. That is a deliberate deceit. It is a deliberate. It is basically not the. It was as bad as. I mean, this guy was a friend of my friend. And, you know, you have heard the word crime of passion. I mean, I wouldn't hurt anyone. But the temptation to take some kind of thing with me over and knock on a door would be overwhelming in that case. You know, it's such a deceit. It's such a horrible thing to do. So people do stuff like that, and they are so selfish. The selfishness in doing something like that is mind-boggling. It is sociopathic, almost psychopathic. At least sociopathic. You are so needy for attention or for sex that you are willing to have sex with your friend's wife, and she is so hungry for attention that she goes over there and screws, or she has sex with the friend of the family, or the family. Yeah. And that is just crazy. And that's a point. And my friend, no, we're not that much friends anymore, but I haven't seen him in a while. But the point is that he tried to kind of fix it. He tried to stay in this marriage for the kids or whatever. And he started being unfaithful as a revenge. And he just started to do that. And I told him, you know, if you're going to stay in this, you have to forgive and walk. You just have to accept it and walk away from it. Because you can't do both. You can't keep on doing the revenge thing forever. If you need revenge, the greatest revenge is just say, okay, I'm just walking away from this. The best thing would be, I just said I would take some object with me and knocked on the door, but the best thing you can do, the stoic thing to do, is just to say, wow, okay. I'm walking away from you. I'm not even going to discuss this with you. I'm just going to walk away. I'm not going to listen to your excuses or to anything. I'm just going to walk away. And of course the marriage of that guy who did that with his wife, of course that relationship also went to tatters in the same process. And they also had kids. So there's so many victims. There are, like, you have all the kids, and then you have the both spouses on the both sides, and that was just to have some sex. And if you're that dumb, if you're willing, and I've been unfaithful myself when I was young, but there was never any kids involved. It wasn't long relationships, it wasn't stuff like that. I wasn't even, basically when I was mostly unfaithful, if you could call it that, I wasn't even in a real relationship. It was one of them I was quite unfaithful in, and I could regret that today, but I haven't been in that many relationships since I was in my 20s that I would actually call a relationship. And the relationship I was in was kind of just having a mistress or over time, or something where I told them that I couldn't really go into a deep relationship. So I kind of covered my ass in that way. But it's also not a good thing to do, because you are actually, especially if the one who you're with are really in love with you, it is kind of an abuse. Even there, if you're going to keep a mistress, you should be faithful to her. You shouldn't have her just as a tool for your own ego or pleasure. And I've done that, I admit it. I've done that, and I've done that a lot actually, and I fucking regret it. I really regret it. So and I had so much love from so many nice girls in my life, and haven't been able to give it back. And I remember when I was in love back in 2010. No, sorry, 2012. And that was after, so I had some great relationships with some girls I didn't really fall in love with. I felt when that deteriorated, because I became so emotional, when it deteriorated, I thought, you know what? This is fair, you know? You had so much love from so many girls that you don't bloody well deserve it. You don't deserve it. You've been an arsehole. You've been, basically, what you have done is to use them. You used them. You knew how they felt for you, and you used them. And it's kind of what I feel now also, because I have no right to whine about this girl or whatever not necessarily wanting to go into a deep relationship with a 53-year-old man, because she kind of holds back, and age difference and probably other things too. It's like she doesn't know if she even if it's enough, you know. And that too, I have had some really nice women in my life, and there never were them as persons that stopped it from growing into a deeper. It was actually a deeper relationship, because I love talking, I love cuddling, I love kind of being in a moment and stuff, but it didn't go deep enough. It didn't trigger that thing that this girl or this woman I'm gonna sacrifice my freedom for. And my freedom is really dear to me. But this girl, no problem. No problemo. I told her that, you know, and maybe I shouldn't. But that's the way I am when you really go deep, you know, when you really connect and stuff. You tend to say things, and maybe it scared her away, or scared her too much. She wasn't ready for it. And that is also a dilemma for men. You say too much, you're screwed. They panic and run away. You don't give them the space to actually feel And you also seem weak, and girls hate weakness. Actually, this girl is very nice like this. She's very emotional and supportive and everything, so she's nice that way, not like the other one who was vicious. But you know, some girls kind of hates men who shows emotion. They see it as a weakness. Strangely enough, they see it as a weakness. I remember one girl, her name was Ina. That's probably back in when I was 32. No, I had my 30th birthday actually. So it was when I was 30. 23 years ago, wow. And I really liked that girl, and we were fooling around. Also, actually I was doing some painting of her, but I painted over it with another model after that. But I felt for her, and she had this cynicism over her, and I remember there was some episode, and I just started crying, crying. She said, "Yeah, what are you crying for? Stop crying." Sorry about that. Well, when she said that to me, "What are you crying for?" There was like a switch in my head that I just saw how vicious this girl was. And this girl wasn't really charming. She was the kind of, but she wasn't what I would call an extreme attention seeker. And that is a problem with them. But I just lost interest. I just turned her off. And of course she then kind of got a little bit pissed off and angry and stuff because she didn't get the kind of... I just took a step back and I just played it cool. And in the end, it of course disappeared. Now, and that is people, if people have feelings for you, you have to respect them in a way, you have to, and that is a problem because I have been in these relationships with girls that was in love with me, and the thing is that if you are in that situation and you are seeing that other person is suffering, the right thing to do is actually to break up with them. I know it's in the short term that will feel horrible for them, but at least you're setting them free. But it's difficult. It's really difficult to hurt someone you like, and we tend to stick with it for way too long. Now, with this girl, I feel that connection or that kind of thing. I'm not that, I'm not as in love as I was 10 years ago. But that is hard to say because this girl is acting very nicely, and she's nice, and she is considerate, and we have a lot of good times together and stuff, and you have the age difference, as I said, which of course holds her back. There are probably other things too, but maybe that is why you don't get that horrible feeling. Because if you are in love with someone and it's mutual, then you don't have to suffer, and it's just bliss, and that's of course is a problem because it's going to last. I mean, falling in love is basically you want to make pretty babies. evolutionary adaptation to make pretty babies and to create attachments so the babies can survive. It is simply a survival mechanism. It's not as romantic as in the movies. Who was it said that love is basically that you overrate one person over another. It isn't really a real thing. It's just a emotional overrating of another person. And of course, most people aren't even close to being as good as they show themselves when they are interested in someone. They show all the traits that they know would give them what they want. So you have to test them. You have to kind of test them and see their reactions. And when you test them, you have to be willing to lose them. Because if you have a girl that is kind of narcissistic and you kind of pull her leg a little bit, you disagree with her in certain things, you tell her some truth that she doesn't like to hear, and she gets angry and vicious and stonewall you, it is a very, very, very bad sign. Because there will come a time where you actually will meet the wall, and the best thing you can do, and the way I see it, is to kind of find out as fast as you can what kind of personality this person have. So, yeah. And I did actually find out the hard way with the one I was in love with 10 years ago, because she was very sweet when she was kind of still interested, but she really turned into a demon when she wasn't. And as I say, it's easy. What is being a good person? Is to be good when you least want, when you don't need to. You know, it's not being bad when you have the power. When you don't get what you want, or you don't want something, that is the time to be kind and nice. Sometimes it's hard, you know. I try to be nice, but sometimes it's hard. Just talking about this, I know there's a woman who will be a little bit sad if she listened to this video. Maybe a couple of them actually, that I had relations with for a long time. Kind of just mistress friendly. And it is girls that actually kind of love without falling in love, without that falling in love part, sadly, because they are such great girls. Women. I say girls all the time, just as you know. I like to call women girls for some reason. Some get offended by that, and I don't give a shit, to be honest, if people get offended. Some like it very much, so yeah. Me and her would probably never go beyond certain point because of the circumstances and stuff. But anyway, one has to take the good for the good, for the good sake. And at some point you just have to go for long walks, cry, and basically just rearrange and walk away. There's so few good, really good girls out there. Really good, I mean really honest, with the right spontaneity. This girl has this quite fun spontaneity, and kind of, we are very much alike actually in our personalities. Both have probably both ADHD and are a little bit hypomanic, so we kind of understand each other. So, and it's not many people who understand that kind of hypo brain in a way, the overly creative, the brain that goes kind of deep into have deep happiness, real happiness, like, oh, I'm alive, and then you crash the day after, or a few hours later you just crash because you used up all that intense energy in one go. And she's kind of that person that burns. I tell her all the time, you're burning a candle in both ends, doing too many things at the same time. And my daughter is actually the same type. She's also really doing, I think, too many things. And I tell my daughter that, please, try to slow down a bit, because look at me, I burned myself out, I just had a few years, I had just such hard time doing the work and everything, because as Christopher Hitchens did say, when he got esophageal cancer, I burned the candle in both ends and it gave a lovely light. And it gave many times. I had a lot of fun. There's no doubt about that, But also I abused myself, both physically and mentally and everything. And in the end, you smash your head in the wall. And I don't want to do that. I would not recommend people to burn out, because it's very hard to rise up again. It's really hard. It takes a hell of a lot of effort. I'm a science geek, so when I got a diagnosis that my thyroids were out of whack, probably too much cortisol, too much sugar, too much alcohol, too much work, not enough sleep, everything. And instead of going on this thyroid medicine, I just studied what to do, and I kind of bounced back from it because I started to change a lot of stuff. But then my hips started to hurt because I had arthritis, and it just kept on going down, until I had the operations. And then I started to feel good, and then something else came in from the side, which was a result of foolish things I had done when I was depressed, and I won't go into these things, but the point is that I haven't hurt anyone, nothing bad, but it was bad against myself. So then I had to use a lot of energy on battling that. And now I'm me now. But as I say, it led to a great amount of new introspection. And I wouldn't be without, at this point in my life, I wouldn't be without it. So, because I wouldn't be me. I wouldn't be me if these things didn't happen. I had to confront myself and start basically rewire my whole brain. And as I say, if it didn't happen now, when would it happen? You know, I'm 53 years old. And when are we going to grow up? It's like Jordan Peterson say, if you keep on doing the wrong things over enough time, sooner or later, there will be no way back. You will have burned so many bridges that there is no bridges left. You're done. You're done. There's no more to build on. Luckily, I didn't come there. Get to that point because I have this skill set and I love my work. I still love life. So, but I think I came pretty close to that stage of no return. And if I kept on banging on with all this stupid shit for 10 more years, I would probably be done. The last 20 years until I was 80 would be just a waste of time, basically. But now I will take the time I have left in existence. I will love life, and I will paint, and I will think, and I will write, and everything. So, yeah. I think this is better. It's maybe not there yet. But at least I think the angle now is a little bit more correct. I'll take my mirror again and see. My mirror! Let's see here. And voila! Yeah, I think it's better. Absolutely. So, but she has more buttocks up there. Let's see. So that is things that I will go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth with many, many times anyway. So, I don't need to. My videos are probably not the greatest for people who want to learn how to paint. Since I'm talking about a lot of other stuff, personal stuff. And this is kind of a personal painting for me because I actually planned to make a portrait. I made a portrait to that girl in 2010 and I gave it to her and she was pleased with that. Small one. But the point is that I also wanted her to write down a story called Falling, how it was to fall in love. Now I won't go into any details about what happens because maybe a lot of her kind of anger also came because I was so needy and pathetic. But I mean the reaction to a needy and a little bit pathetic person shouldn't be scorn and ridicule and stuff like that. It should be sympathy and empathy and understanding. That is how the reaction should be. It shouldn't be like that, eating a girl. Why are you crying? So yeah, it should be sympathy. And this girl is a very sympathetic person. And she keeps on surprising me when it comes to her personality and the way she reacts to things. And also not often people surprise me because people are usually very predictable. But this one is not that predictable. And sometimes I think, this is going to happen. And she surprises me and it's strange. It's a weird thing. Anyway, yeah, so at this point, at least I have nothing but good things to say about her. And yeah. Strange life, I guess. So I'm just gonna then start. I will start up there and I will do the surroundings, and I will film maybe a couple of short bursts of that, and then I will let it dry. Won't go over the whole thing again, just mold the whole thing. And then I have to let it dry for a week or something like that, and then I will do another layer. So yeah. Some people, they want you to, they are using iPads or something, but I prefer the prints. I use an Epson for 4800 something A2 printer. So anyway, okay, see you in the next. Okay. I'm working with the surroundings, as I told you. What I do is just knitting the colors in, creating a carpet of, on this side is more reddish, on this side is more greenish, bluish stuff. And this is just the first layer in this painting. I will try to go a little bit further to get the plaster feeling to it. But at this point I'm just filling in the blanks or whatever. I'm just trying to get everything in, get some oversight. It's always nice because some people actually believe that my sketches are finished works, but of course they're not. I also paint quite dry, straight from the tube. Usually I just use the medium to wash off earlier paint, so I can actually get some more paint into it. Now the thing is, to make this work I have to create different textures, maybe in directions and compared to the skin tones and stuff. And of course that will be one of the struggles. But right now I'm just kind of, as you can see, I'm mixing, basically also mixing colors on the canvas. This is going to be a very nice painting. Need some more white. I actually have some old tubes, some paint that isn't the best quality. It is fine art, but it's not Old Holland, so I just use this now. So I actually use it as a basis. Usually I of course paint with old, or over this again I will paint with Old Holland. So. And that was more red. I need some. Here the Prussian blue is very helpful, because as you can see I push it down to the green immediately. Now I see that the camera is basically filming this a little bit more bluish than it is in reality. I think it's in reality the painting is a little bit warmer, and also the colors. But reality is of course subjective, since my eyes isn't actually a correct, it is basically a correct representation of reality as humans see it. We see just one spectre of the colors, and of course there are way more to reality than what we see. Other animals may see in different wavelength and stuff like that, so we can see both more and less colors. There are animals that can see all specters, and I mean, for humans that would probably be quite annoying, actually. Well, if we did, it would be normal. So you see, what I would do here is to create some kind of woolly thing, brushwork in directions like this, and then I will of course use different things in there. I also think the elbow is going to be a little bit more out. I'm wondering if I have to go a little bit further out here. But that is the things, when I start up again with the face and I start molding this, it is way easier for me to see the other things. So this is just a first draft. If this was a sculpture, what you would see is this is kind of the first raw piece of clay, and then you go in and you start molding back and forth and adding here and extracting there and pushing it and stretching it and just molding it. So this is just that thing, the first one, I wish I could actually start doing sculptures. I'll ask her if she maybe wants to sit for a bust or for a face. When she puts her ponytail on top, it's just brilliant. So might do that if she wants to, if we survive. Anyway, it's funny because at the same time that I'm kind of in love with this girl, I kind of see it as a threat too against my independence and my life, because I've been single for so long. I think I've been single since I haven't really been into the relationships that I've been in. It must be since I was 17 or something. So it is, you become a little bit strange because you are used to be so independent that, well, I had relationships, I had, of course, girls I had to relate to, but emotionally I wasn't really there, and I was there, but I wasn't there. It's kind of strange. It's even strange for me to understand because it was so. But anyway, to give away one's freedom to one person just because you find that person more attractive than all the other persons is in itself quite absurd. And there is nothing I actually need in my life. Sex is of course great, cuddle is great, conversation is great, friendship is great. Now I can't have sex with my friends because most of them are men and I'm not gay. I also do not have sex with my female friends because I used to have it and we broke up, or I don't find them attractive in that way. Of course, if you got drunk enough and Of course, men are quite simple when it comes to sex. You know, the only thing a woman has to do to get men is basically be in a room. So it's yeah. But anyway, it's not something I really need. I think it's just something that feels right. Yeah, strange. I don't know why I start ranting about that again. But anyway, but she has this classic aesthetics over her, and she would be the perfect muse or model. It's the kind of girl you can paint over and over and over and over and over and over again. Every time she kind of shifting her head or moving, there's another painting. And yeah. I have a quite high standard for the amount of beauty for the models I choose to have as my models. Or aesthetics, not necessarily beauty, but it have to be very feminine. And I guess one paints what one likes. And, I said that in an interview many years ago, because there was this journalist who said, well, I'm painting a lot of women with curves. And I said, yeah, I guess I do. I guess I paint what I like, I told him. But then again, slim girls with kind of very slim girls like these Russian ballerina types are also very beautiful, because they have the classic shape and classic face, and that. So it's not that they have to be fat or anything. But I do like husky butt. I do that. Yeah. Anyway, if you can see, here is a kind of, I mix in the alzarine. There is the Prussian blue. It's cobalt. It is French ultramarine, and my blue black, and all these colors kind of is mixed in here to create some kind of basis for the layers that comes on top of that again. What is so beautiful here is that you squint on it and you see this elbow will basically come out of the painting when it's finished, and down here will be more toned down, more calm. I can just see that this is a sculpture. And also, I'm not interested in introvert paintings. I want things to come out. I want things to feel like they are almost 3D. And this is kind of the Rembrandt effect with night watch and the spear that comes out of the painting. That it has the same effect, the same shadow and light getting there, so you can create a very strong 3D effect. Other painters would like to tone it down and maybe keep it more inside the painting, but to me it is, I want to drag it out. I want to just come out and get me. That is the way I like it. By the way, this one actually went out here. I used it to kind of straighten up my back a little bit, because I have some shoulder injuries, so it's kind of good to use that. Anyway, keep on painting, finish this thing, and then I will let it dry. Okay, last stretch in the sketching process here, and I will use up some old. The good thing about when I buy my pencils, I buy these sets of pencils, and many times if I don't paint any big paintings, over time it piles up with pencils that are have a big size. So it's nice to kind of be able to use them. You see, just the shadow goes down here. Also has a lot of Prussian blue in it, and there's some shadow neons, and one shadow going down there, and different nuances and the different shadows. But that is also things that I will add in as I go along. Yeah. The light, more light in the shadow out here, and her body comes down there. So it's kind of a thing happening also on the shadow front. And that is very important. You don't just pour in a little black or stuff when you paint. You have to understand how shadows actually hits the wall there. That have to be textures in the shadow area to create some kind of more natural illusion. You see, I work quite fast now, but as you progress, it takes more and more and more time to do it, and in the end, kind of just, you know. So, yeah, and down there with the whites, and put in more thick colors here, and more in the red actually. I love that alizarin, as you can see here. It has that red in it. And I see that all over in nature also, you know, these contrasts. So. So. Yeah. Now, it is the brightest light is actually over here, so this has to be more toned down. This is where I will build very thick with colors in these areas here. And also kind of to make the shadow in her arm even more kind of, because I kind of build here, build there, shadow there, and you kind of just build the whole thing with the thick colors. Now this is way too white, so I just need to push that down. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. Yay! Bloody hell. So I talked about so much about love in this painting tutorial until now. So maybe I will probably touch on it again, but maybe I will try to focus more on the paint. I guess I have got my point across. Is there also some kind of, this painting for her is some kind of love letter that will be on YouTube for a very long time, and the painting will of course exist for a long time. So it is kind of a representation of some kind of love, both love to life itself and her as a girl. Yeah. So, there, and to the wrist down. So, because I also make, of course, time lapse of this video, so it's kind of nice to have the whole process in. So we can actually see the whole sketching process. And also wondered if I'm going to start to make shorter renditions of the videos, or shorter versions where I only talk about painting and I focus very much on the paint. But you know, it takes time, and the money I earn on YouTube is not up to the task. I have some more on PATRON, luckily, so it kind of yields a little bit of money every month. But the goal is to get to a point where I basically can make a living of YouTube, PATRON, teaching through YouTube and stuff, and then I can paint what the hell I want. There's no limits on me, and that would be amazing. And that is why it's so important for artists to take care of their money. If they have some money, don't spend it. Don't be like me, be totally crazy, as I was for 10 years, maybe more, 15 years maybe. And I could have had so much money in the bank right now if I didn't use it like that. I do have enough, but I mean, I used money like there were no tomorrow. Almost like tomorrow there's a nuclear war. Let me just go buy the most expensive hotel room and the most expensive watches and the most expensive, you know. And I was so stupid. Hypomania. You can actually get addicted to spending money. And I was addicted to spending money. There's no doubt about it. Spending actually gives a dopamine high. And if you're kind of depressed, you know, buying shit easily becomes an addiction. and that is what I had. So, but now I'm not addicted to. I don't think I'm addicted to paint. I don't have any other addictions at this point, and I don't think I will adopt any more. So the painting is, in a way, if you paint every day, and you paint as often as you can, and you get that good feeling from it, it will be as addictive as anything else, just as a positive thing, you know. It's like training. If I could exercise all the time, every day, I would do it, because it gives me that high. But so does painting. And it's also problem solving at the same time, so it gives me that existential or the meaning of life. It gives meaning in the meaningless. How was that? Am I done? Am I good? Is that okay? Tell me in the comments. It's actually very important that you comment on my paintings, because it pushes, or on my videos, because it pushes my videos deeper into the algorithm. So please do that. And yeah, just even it out a little bit. Yeah, okay. It's a good start. Now, see, now that, since I moved it this way, I need to have a little bit more there. And now, when everything is in, it's easier for me to see the whole thing. So, immediately I saw that this have to go all the way out here and down like this. So minor detail. She's always pissed at me about that stomach. She doesn't even have one. So silly. It's called body dysphoria. I think my daughter also talks about it. We see ourselves as, it's me. If I am thin, I see myself as thicker. And sometimes when I've been a little bit more husky, like if you go to my YouTube channel and you look at when I painted a Muhammad painting, I was definitely a little bit fat. Maybe I'm now, just don't see it. But the point is, it's very hard to see oneself. And yeah. Is that good? I think that was okay. Just this thing going down here, all the way there, there. Yeah, there's so many details that has to, so much work with this. You have no idea. This is just a start, you know. But it was a nice start. So, with this, I rest my... And so, here we are. We are now going to paint layer number 2 on this painting. Yeah. and I will just kind of start straight on. Without any glaze or anything, I will just go in and start painting. I will just... I wonder if I... maybe put on some retouching varnish, just to kind of see the... I don't think I need that actually. Usually I would do that, but in this thing I don't think it's necessary. Okay, here it is. So I'll just, you can see the photo and the painting at the same time. Some people actually want me to do more of that, so I will oblige a little bit. I will also make some videos here of, you know, the skin tone and stuff. Oh, I have to adjust it a little bit like this. Okay, so layer number 2. I'm actually scanning some photos today. Also, so what do? Usually I just, maybe I should use some retouching varnish from Old Home. I take this. Now I'm not gonna use any glaze because it's not necessary. A little bit of retouching varnish maybe can be helpful. Just to see some of the shadows here, just to see pops out like this. And yeah, it's a very rough sketch, so I love the brushwork. It's a shame actually, every time you start up and you paint over stuff like this, it always feels like kind of a loss, because you have to basically kill all your darlings to move on. Well, that's how it is. And if you're not willing to kill your darlings, you will never evolve as a painter. Simply. I'm using these Da Vinci brushes, flat. This is really hard. Gee. I'm gonna have to make it so fucking... Okay, I just need to use... Now, I will use these flat brushes in the beginning here. And you see the size. Yeah. Okay. So, layer number 2. I will then start with these things, put in some light there, or some color. So, yeah. Oh, Jesus. Now, it is always a challenge to find the right color, but that is what I'm going to do here. And it actually is quite toned down, so I need to, at the same time, it doesn't actually work putting in more white, more. I need to kind of basically take this down. I think that is more rational to take it down, because it's actually not brighter than I have painted it. It is darker. And yeah. Now, as you can see, maybe you can hear that sound. the scanning sound in the background. This one is, I'm not sure if this is this is probably digital, but usually I use my my camera is a Pentax 6.7 RZ with a handle. It's a very known equipment that I photograph my models with, and yeah, that is like what I like to do. You see now her eyes. I know this face very well, so it's kind of. I actually wanted to do a sculpture of her, but I kind of never got to that point, sadly. But that is, yeah. And she has a very sculptural face. I really like the face. So yeah. See. Now now this thing is. I use, it's not that many colors I use actually for the skin. I use my blue. I use the alzarin or kraplak as it's also called. I use the vermillon. I use the cadmium, and I use some. So, and I use a little bit of blue and maybe some black, but to kind of tone it down. It's not that many colors. I think it's more like you just have to find to place the yellows and the greens and the blue and the stuff, so that actually they start to kind of create some coloristic dynamic between them. I do know that most colors are represented in most surfaces, but it is the amount that kind of decide how it looks. So you just, there is not as I said, there is not something called the skin color. It just doesn't exist. Skin color is just, yeah, it's a non-existent belief, and so one basically just have to see what colors there are, more of or less of, and go for that. So yeah. Yes. The thinking eye. It's funny when I just fall out into the deep floor. So yeah. has some blue there. And there's kind of darker inside there. The shadow. There's so many things happening in this. Maybe I should just quit exercising for a few days and just paint. Just paint. Don't exercise. Don't do any heavy lifting. Because that is very typical of me. I go to the gym and I train so bloody hard that I can't really focus on my paintings afterwards because I'm just totally worn down. I train and train and train because I love the kick, and then I have to rest and I kind of lose a lot of time. So actually exercise for me was something I should have done after I've done all the work. So you may do only work for a few days, then you take a day or two and you just exercise as fucking crazy, and then you get more. I get more time into the painting because I've been. Sometimes I feel I've been to the gym more than I've been on my canvas. So it's like, and that is the kind of compulsive behavior that is very typical for me. And yeah. So. Let me see. Cheekbones. She's actually German, but she has a very, I mean the Germans and Norwegians are basically the same genome. She looks very Norwegian, but she's German. Or originally half, at least, German. She looks like a Fräulein. Yeah. In the wrong one. See what I can do. Now her eyeball is actually all the way here. It's very bluish, very dark, and you just see it from the side. And there's a little kind of white light hitting it. So she kind of looks. She actually looks into a mirror. And I need to get that look, you know, that she actually looks at something, looks at herself there. So I think it's going to be basically something like, I think it's going to be approximately there somewhere. Now it has to be more, because it's like here, it's like it's right over the nose. These things aren't easy, you know. So yeah. But as I say, I love a challenge. A challenge is the most beautiful thing. I'm so much into brushwork that detail is great, but I want them to kind of be very painted. I remember in the beginning when I was painting, I always kind of tried to make everything very flat, and there wasn't much textures and stuff, and brushwork were just a nuisance. But now it's all about the brushwork. It's all about the paintedness, the beauty of the motion in the brushwork. That is what I love. That is what I crave. So yeah. So now, I have this thing I need to operate because I've been training so much that I kind of tore my block, it's called. It's so annoying. Sometimes it makes me sound. Yes, it does, really. Well, yes, it does. Okay. Maybe I should take this first. This first layer of this thing, and post it as a standalone video. Do it deserve that? Maybe. So you can actually see how I paint over the first sketch. I should zoom on it. Go deeper in to it. So, it's easier for you to kind of see what I'm doing. It's like 18 minutes. I can do a half an hour, so maybe I should do a half an hour. And just show you how I start up the sketch, or from start the second layer. People ask all the time, oh, I remember I told it before in other videos, but there was this guy called Wile. Actually, my brother is called Wile. This Wile guy is a figurative drawer painter, but he lacks. Now, today, knowing a lot about narcissism, I would say that he is probably a narcissist, because he was treating his wife very badly, and he was smug, and he was closed down, and basically the reason why he was actually drawing and painting was clearly not the love of brushwork or stuff. It was to basically impress people, and his stuff bore the stamp of being closed up. He was actually good when it comes to technique, especially drawing, but he couldn't get it to come alive. And it is almost sad, because he could have been so good if he had this openness and honesty in his work, but he didn't have that. And he was a friend for a little while. He was always kind of trying to put me down, always. But he was actually in my studio, and he looked at them and knew that I had been painting. And I use the laws of nature, or the Goethe's color circle, and basically the rainbow as my objective standard, how nature actually creates colors, and that is how I think when I paint. And he asked me a question, how, he looked at some, he couldn't, and that is so strange, he couldn't get the skin tone right. He couldn't, it was kind of this, almost kind of kitsch-like, you know, when they used these feather brushes and brushed everything out and stuff like that, and he couldn't really get into he couldn't get the glow or the color. Like when I'm doing this, I'm adding some yellow, okay? Basically lemon yellow on the hair to get that thing to come alive, and I just put it on to be a contrast to the reddish, and then I would probably go over it with some kaplak or something, and I start doing brushwork. I start to kind of mix the colors on the canvas itself. Then I can go in, and I want that highlight, so I go in and I put on some more textures, and then I start to build kind of the sculptural reality of the face, almost like I'm using clay. But this is clay and color at the same time. But this guy had no clue. It was like he couldn't see color. And he was always going to brush out everything, because he thought that, oh, it has to be so kind of, there's no texture in it and stuff. And he asked me how I painted skin. And I just told him, you know, I don't paint skin. I just paint what I see. And I use the colors I see. And he got so angry, because he couldn't understand what I was talking about. He thought there wasn't a recipe for skin tone, that I had this recipe. Oh, I can see that you have this technique, I can see that you are doing, well, I just look at it and I try to paint what I see. And he just couldn't grasp it. He needed some, almost like you have this, you buy some technical thing, and you have this little book that explains to you how to use the iPhone or whatever. And he just couldn't understand that for me, painting was simply a back and forth communication between me, the colors, the pencil, and stuff like that. He just couldn't get it, and he got angry, like a typical narcissist would be, because he couldn't feel. He lacked that feeling, and he also had this emptiness with him all the time. Exaggerating that we were so good friends, and I remember telling him, you know, it takes years to become a very good friend of mine. You're just an acquaintance. And you know, it really pissed him off, because I have this bullshit detector. If I meet people who are too grandiose, give me too much too many compliments and stuff like that. Tell me that they love me too soon, or that they, you know, you meet these people and meet them twice and they call you a friend, and then they basically get a little bit drunk and they suddenly love you. They met you twice. He was kind of that type of guy. The hyperbole. And he treated his wife so badly. Beautiful. Eva. Her name was Eva. I remember. And he treated her so badly that it pissed me off in the end. Just told him, fuck you for treating your wife like shit. Gaslighting her, pushing her down all the fucking time. And I kind of broke up with him. In a way. And he couldn't take it, you know, he tried so many times to. Oh, you were such a great friend, and blah, blah, blah. I supported you, blah, blah, blah. No, bitch. But anyway, he was so closed off, he couldn't really. And he was good. He could have been very good if he opened up his heart, if you know what I mean. He opened up to his emotions. I'm a very emotional person. If I fall in love, I fall in love, and I have no control. If I like something, I really like something. If I like a friend, I really like that friend. I love that friend, and I mean it, and I really mean it, and there is no half thing with me. When it comes to painting, life, existence, everything burns very brightly. I was talking to my father just now, and I was telling him that. And he thinks it's so strange because I've also done so many mistakes because of this brain I have, and I become so emotional. And I told him that, you know, of course, I've done a lot of mistakes and it will cost me dearly. But it is that part of me that made me teach me how to paint. They gave me the black belts in Taekwondo. That made me be able to weld with both my hands. But also the thing that made me burn out both my hips. Having my hips replaced when I was 50, basically. And a lot of other things. There was the same brain that made me learn how to paint, that spent an extreme amount of money on bullshit. That kakadu in my head that said, go, 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 go. But it's also the thing that brings with it the passion for everything I do. So I guess it's a mixed bag. And if you don't have passion, you can learn basically everything. But you can only take it that far. And it's the same with love, it's the same with painting, it's the same with life. So, yeah. Anyway, I think this was actually quite a nice rant. I don't know what happened to that guy. It is a shame because he was good. He is good, or I guess he's still alive. But his smugness and his ego and his narcissism was the thing that kept him from understanding that painting is not about this motive. There are reasons why I love this motive, this girl and stuff, but it's not why I paint. I paint because of these things. I paint because of the brushwork. I paint because of the challenge. And that is the only thing I need, really. When it comes down to it, fuck, if I never have sex again, that would be my least problem. If I couldn't paint, I couldn't do creative work, I would have no reason to be here. There would be no incentive for me to exist. And that is why I always say, you know, that's why I always say painting is not something I do. it is at this point in my life a thing I am. And when I get distracted and can't do the work, I get really seriously depressed. So yeah, so I should avoid people who distract me. I should avoid so many things. And focus on what's important. Results. The thing that process and results. The thing is that the results actually don't last. The results is just a byproduct of this thing called process. And it's process and problem solving, as I say, that is my main driving force. And it's also the main driving force for any scientist or any musician who actually deeply love what they are doing. So, yeah. That is why. So if there is any why do you paint? Why is why. Why? Well, I paint because I like it. That's it. That's all. And why do I paint this girl? Because I love her face. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that was a nice rant. It's kind of a good beginning. Hope this kind of cleared out some things. What I use to create is basically this Naples thing. It is reddish, it is some blue. You just have to look at it. Learn how to see color and repeat. And learn how to use the brush. Learn that brushwork, texture is not an enemy like this guy thought. I also had a friend in Stavanger many years ago, and he also wanted to be a painter. He was also a brilliant drawer, Kevin his name was. And he had the same problem. He hated brushwork. And even in 1990, basically 4 or 5, I started to understand that painting was about paint and not motif. And he always babbled about the motif. And what happened? He never became a painter because he couldn't fall in love with the paint. And any artist who is actually going to make paintings has to be in love with paint. So yeah. It mustn't be the girls, it mustn't be the fame, it mustn't be anything of that. It must be the pure feeling, the feeling. You know, money, fame, it can't push me to do anything. Oh, I could have done so much, earned so much money if I had just a fraction of the economical brain as a couple of Norwegian painters that has used basically print as a printing press, no, as a money press. So one of them actually said it. I'm not going to say his name, but he said, you know, prints is just money, printing money. And people buy it, you know. They buy things that aren't really worth anything. And painters who actually print too much or print also steals the market from people who actually do printing Maybe that's also is a little bit bad, but you know, it's every man for himself, I guess. So yeah, now I'm gonna stop ranting, and I'm gonna actually post this video as a standalone. It will also be in the main file, so yeah. I hope it made sense. And, let love be, the love of what you do be your motivation. If you can do that, you have come very far as both a human being and as a, yeah, looks a little bit strange, but fuck it. Okay. So here we are, a few hours later. Just getting into it, as they say. Going to tone down the background a little bit. Or am I? Maybe I'll just keep doing it here. It is going well, I think. I'm going to try to get in a few more details. Then I will go over more of these areas here. And just keep on banging on until I get it right. I also have the need to paint down the whole thing today, and maybe even the whole background. People always ask me how long it takes to paint a painting, and it is kind of difficult to say. It depends on how deep you go into detail, actually. If I do it more impressionist, like I'm probably going to do here, doesn't take as much time than if you go into extreme detail. I mean really deep detail. Now, of course, I go into detail anyway, but there is a difference between going kind of into photo realism than a little bit more rougher painting with, of course, more brushwork, which I'm doing here. There's a difference between those things. Everything has its own thing, its own value. I think a mix between those two is the best. More like the classical Rembrandt kind of feel to it. So yeah, that's how I see it. And yeah. Now there's a limit to how many layers I can actually add to the second layer. I can go in and I can kind of make things. But there's a kind of a limit, as I say, to. I should just try to keep this a bit and work with the arms. I see the face from here anyway, so I don't really need it that close. As there's points of lights here, so I have to calm down the background and stuff to get these things to really work against each other. Also, we have this very sharp shadow underneath there, which is actually very important to get this feel to it. So yeah, see what happens. Reddish. Oh, my thoughts were going off into other things. Usually does when I paint on this painting. Anyway. Now you see, it's not really, when you take a photo, it becomes a little bit different than if you paint directly from model. It becomes a little bit different, there's no doubt about that. Okay, and darken that a little bit. See what happens then. The funny thing, I do get a lot done when I actually start these little painting sessions. I go into this painting frenzies, I would call them painting frenzies, and just keep going. It's such a lovely place to be, it's the best place. That's better than sex. I love sex, but this is kind of, painting isn't exhausting. It isn't exhausting in the same way as training and doing other types of work, like I used to be a welder. It's not the same thing because it kind of taps into the, I wonder if it maybe even taps into the serotonin receptors, that it taps into serotonin. And if it taps into serotonin, of course it will release all these love drugs, and that is why I probably feel so in love. Even the day after I'm in painting, I kind of feel, if I do this, I feel like I'm in love, I'm in love with life. And if there is one reason for you to have it as a hobby or whatever, it is that. So yeah. see in there is yellow, so I'm going to put in. Then I actually used cadmium lemon, yellow, because there's some yellow here, so I just put on some yellow, and then I start evening that out with different reds and blue and stuff. And I kind of mix the colors on the canvas. I also mix it in directions, so I kind of follow the directions of the skin and stuff. So yeah. Oh, maybe that was a sign. I think that was a sign. So I'm gonna stop now, and I'm gonna keep painting, and I'm gonna do some more later. That was only 13 minutes. Wasn't that much, but I think it's enough. Okay. Okie dokie dokie. Okie dokie dokie. I've gotten a little bit further. Yes, I have. And now I'm starting to work myself down. It is a little bit difficult now because there's too much light down here. Not enough up there. But now we'll start to work with that too. Yes, yes, yes. And just keep building, as I usually do. Now, there's a lot of people on the internet who's actually better to make videos than me. There's no doubt about it. My long videos maybe bore people. But that is a price I have to pay, I guess, to be me. I like to kind of just go with the flow, and when people, if people watch my videos, they can actually just learn by watching. Some people say that I make it look so easy, and it's not. But it gets easier over time because you connect neurons to it, and it becomes easier and easier. So see what happens. What happens, yeah. So, yeah. Now I see that this has to go a little bit more out here, so I'll do that. Okay, like this. That's quite nice. I'm thinking too much. My brain is ruminating. Actually over this girl I'm painting, which became a breakup, which I loved. Now I'm painting her. And it's a little bit difficult. Keep on crying all the time. It's funny. Play music and I paint on this painting and I can start crying kind of. So fucking crazy. But you know, that's how it is. When you fall in love and things don't pan out as you want it to be, you just have to kind of deal with the sorrow. That's how it is. That's life. I think life is quite difficult sometimes. I think it's a very stressful place to be. And there are really days where I wish I just, you know, when you start envying the dead, like my dead friend Rune. He's been buried for many years now. And I go to his grave every time I'm home. And I look down on the grave and I think, you lucky bastard. Almost like he had a voice of Monty Python. You lucky bastard! You lucky bastard! You lucky! That's how I sometimes feel when I see his grave. You know, the dead. I will be dead soon, you know. So there actually was a breakthrough in cancer now. They had actually managed to use antibodies to kill off 100% of cancer in all the people who was in the trials. So, hey, probably not die of cancer anymore. That's a good thing. That's a horrible way to go. Now, if I want to leave existence, I would do it with I think I would buy just a big dose of heroin or fentanyl or something like that and just whammy, go on. But then at the same time as I feel tiny bit suicidal without really being it, it's very hard to know actually, because you never know, maybe I am. Maybe I'm not, it's difficult to know. But I do sometimes envy the dead. Man, a lot of times actually. But I'm not there yet, you know. I haven't given up. That is why I stand here painting. Quite heartbroken actually. Now it's kind of a little bit back and forth, but still, really. But not in any physical sense, just. And, but I see it is basically dead now. I think it's very hard to bring it back to what it was, even if you tried, because too much has happened. But you know, despite that, it's kind of, you only meet yourself, you only grow when you only grow in heartbreak, I think. You only grow in death. You only grow, really grow, when you are pushed to your limits mentally. I think that is the only time you actually grow. And that is my experience. There's nothing that makes me grow like heartbreak or adversity in any form. So one just have to take it and, you know, Just build. Just take it as Marcus Aurelius, take everything the universe throws against you and turn it into a learning experience. And I think that is the right way to think about it, you know. Girls come and go, friends come and go, life comes and goes, and in the end, nothing really matters. I mean, soon there will be 1,000 years since I was born, or dead, or whatever. Soon there will be 1,000,000 years since I existed. And if I didn't do anything unbelievably extraordinary, like Leonardo da Vinci or some iconic stuff. So many things will happen, also geologically, with the planet, just in 1,000,000 years. So, what will survive? What art will survive? What memory will humanity survive? What will actually survive? Will we be? I mean, in 1,000,000 years, you know, it's not that far back, you know, that we basically started to kind of look like Homo sapiens, and maybe 250,000 years ago we started to make these. I think it's how long that was since we made the first art in caves. I don't know how far back though, I can't remember right now, but it's quite far. And boom, here we are. I mean, there were people in the caves who painted these things. You know, they probably had stories, they had religions. I mean, if you can paint animals on a wall, and you have found technique to do that, you probably have a religion also. So, the stories they told one another, and they buried their dead, they were just as alive as me. If you go to the graveyard and I look at the grave of my grandmother, or even go further back to people, not that far back, and nobody knows who they were. And it's a shame, really. Soon my father and mother will be there. Then it's my turn. It's so strange because it's almost like death doesn't really sink in. I've noticed that. It's only other people who die. So how come that is? There's always the other people who dies. It's not me. Even me as an atheist and a realist, I can't really grasp the fact that I'm fucked. And it's so funny how this brain is creating this delusion of infinite life. And also in this lies the problem. That is why we waste time. If we actually knew, if you could look into the future and see how fast your life actually went, how fast it was, you wouldn't spend a single moment watching some horrible show on TV, or you just wouldn't waste any time, because I mean it's what you have almost nothing, no time. Time is just the currency you have so little of. And yet you go to Marcus Aurelius, or was it Seneca, that says that, we throw away the most important currency we have on the wrong things and wrong people and wrong focus. And that currency is, of course, the most important is, of course, time. Time. That is the most important commodity currency you have. You won't get it back. You might live a little bit longer life than other people. Maybe you do that. if you take care of yourself and are lucky on top of it. You have to have a little bit of luck, actually, to get to 100 or something like that, because you can die in an accident, you can get a disease, you can, so many things that can happen. And when you get over 60, you say that people start dropping off like flies. And that's true. I mean, for me, I've seen so many people die long before that, so those people I knew, well, the same thing, you know. They are there, and no more problems, no more worries, no more nothing. Just nothing. And nothing is nothing. Nothing is actually nothing. Nothing isn't a long sleep. No. It's just nothing. I'm not there forever. And as I said, sometimes I envy the dead. Am I allowed to say that? Can I say that just because I'm quite healthy? Is that a bad thing to say just because I am not dying from cancer now and fighting for my life? Because I would probably fight for my life. If I got cancer or any other disease, dangerous disease, I would actually fight for my life. So I'm not more, I think anyway, why shouldn't I? I'm fighting for my life right now. When I paint, I'm fighting for my life. I'm trying to create a life. I try to survive. I try to make something meaningful. To get this feeling of meaning in the meaningless. So yeah, it's weird. It's the whole thing, the whole shebang. It's just weird. I think life is weird. As Christopher Hitchens did say, picture you die and go to heaven, and you have to praise God for eternity. This is kind of a big party that you can't leave. Now, at first he said, you know, well, for the first scenario is you die and there's nothing. And that is bad enough, but think about, you know, you die and you wake up and you're in heaven. And you're at a party that lasts forever. You can't leave. You have no possibility. And you have to praise God forever. Now, hallelujah. I mean, just think about that scenario. You're gonna praise God, this crazy thing in heaven, this crazy dictator, despot in heaven, forever, you know. And you can't leave. You're not allowed to. You have to be happy. So it's very hard to picture life after death in any sense. And my friend actually, when he was in a helicopter, I was told he was in a helicopter when he was flown to the hospital with a heart attack, and he said, I'm dying. I was scared, I'm dying, because he felt the pain. And it's so sad to think I knew his voice, I remember his voice, I remember his smile and his humor. It's almost like he's been gone now for almost over 11 years. So I should think when he was sitting in a chopper and worrying about dying, and then he died. And yeah, that was it. How is that moment, you know, that dying moment, you know, it's going to be, Christopher Hitchens did actually say that he hoped to die in a lucid, you know, he did hope to die when he was awake. But he also said with his diagnosis and prognosis, he wasn't sure if it was such a good idea, since he had esophageal cancer and would probably be suffocated by it at some point. So it's not a good way to go. And he actually passed away in a coma because of pneumonia and organ failure. So he never got to experience his own death. Now there is a way to experience your own death, and that is of course suicide. But then again, you don't want it. When you pull the trigger or you put the needle in your arm or whatever, you have a few moments. If it's a needle, you have a few moments, and then you're gone. If it's a gun, you're gone immediately, hopefully anyway. I don't want to survive that. And if you hang yourself, you probably hang there for half an hour, piss and shit your pants before you die, if you're unlucky. So I wouldn't recommend that. It's not a way to go. So I don't know. Do we want to experience death, or do we want to just sleep when it happens? I wonder what's going to happen to me. That is one of the things that I'm very occupied with. I wonder how I'm going to go. So these are the things I think about when I paint, and that is probably why my channel isn't that popular. But I think it's very important to think about death all the time, because when I paint, I feel alive. Like now, I get very creative, very conscious, very introspective, and actually very happy. So yeah, I would love that. So, that was about death and painting for 21 minutes. Anyway. So, I'm gonna do some work here. As I see, I'm removing kind of a lot of the textures and stuff and just working on top of it. As I said, I'm working wet and wet, so I'm just going to tap down this a little bit, push it down, and push to kind of give it a good place to kind of start, because this is just too light or too bright, so I need to get it down in the amount of light here. Now these textures now is underneath, so they give the whole thing a little bit of life. You see, I'm losing all these nice brush strokes and stuff, but that is, of course, if you're going to paint over something, you will lose all the nice things you did the first time. And the first choices, I call the first sketch, the first choices, it's a bunch of choices, big and small, that you do. And yeah. You see now, here too, just push it down. And tomorrow I'm gonna start working on more detail, then I'll start up here again. I work myself all over the place. I don't have that much time, so I need to use every day advisedly right now. It's very important. I do that. I have this torso muscle here, but it's kind of growing back. It's nothing to do with it actually when you do that. If you train too hard, shit like that happens as you age, I guess. Things starts to. It's like an old rope, you know. Sooner or later it's gonna rot. Then just bam, and it's over. I don't really need my glasses now. Yeah. Well, it's a little bit. Okay, I need some more. I wonder how many paintings I will be able to paint until I'm gone. I have so many sketches that I sketched up in 2014 and I haven't actually finished many of them. It's huge stuff. It's a lot of nice things. And the funny thing is that I keep on starting new ones because the artist's brain is it's easily bored. So when I start on things a long time ago and I haven't finished them, I tend to lose a little bit of interest, sadly. But there's no reason to lose interest because it's so much beauty. Just need to start digging into it, I guess. Okay. See now. She's cycling a lot, so she has quite big thighs actually, and it's very nice. Yeah, I'm getting tired actually. It's like 7 in the morning. I've been writing, and I've been painting, and listening to music, and sharing some videos on social media. It's been a good night actually. It's got started a little late, but the thing is that when I get started, I will usually get a lot of work out of the hours I actually do, because I'm quite effective when actually get started. It's a good thing. Happening now, it's quite hot actually because it's summer. So the paint dries faster. Also, when I crisscross over, crisscross, I get more oils into the paint, and it also makes it dry faster. Because I don't actually use so much medium or oil in my paints. I just kind of, as you see, I dip it and I dry my my pencils. I use the medium like this, and I just kind of dip it and do like this between the layers, or between grabbing new paint. And often when I do that over and over and over again, what happens is that I spill oil all over the palette. I spill oil on. It kind of gets more oil into the paint, and instead of kind of mixing the medium into the paint, it kind of accidentally just becomes a part of the process. So, yeah. It's very nice with that stomach. She has a nice stomach actually. Kind of like that. Okay. See, now I'm holding my brush a little bit light, and I just make it happen. The colors in this is quite neutral. There's not so much punch in the colors. And I think that's a good thing. Usually I paint with more color contrast, but in this it's going to be more subtle. You have the yellows up here and more bright light and stuff, but just going to keep it down. There's not going to be so much blue in the background also, that will also be kept down. So I think it's, it's going to be quite nice. And yeah. Oh, yeah, I can feel I'm getting tired. So maybe I just should yeah, stop for today. This is how you do it, you just cross over in that manner. Now her butt actually comes further out here. It comes actually further out there. A little bit anyway. No, not that much. Come here. But let's go. And there's a shine behind there, you know, with light that comes from the wall there. Hits the wall, sends it back, and then you get this coming out. Also a little bit here. So, yeah. That's a little bit too much. Anyway, I like these butts. So. Yeah. Okay. It's not too bad. Anyway. So, I'm just working around on the thighs and everything, and yeah. So see here, just putting some. I had to do some adjustments in the shape and the direction of the eyes and stuff, because you know when you do some quite rough sketches, they tend to miss the point sometimes. That's just how it is. More light there. The most of the light is up here, so I kind of need to keep this down, and that's what I'm trying to do. There's a lot of blue in this. Maybe I should actually let it be for a while, and then, because the good thing is that, as I said in a different segment, there is it's quite hot. It's summer, and that. And yeah, to get this shape right, there's a lot of stuff to think about. But I will make it happen. I'm going to do some work down here, then I'm going to go up to the face and all the things around there and start on the details. That's going to be quite exciting, quite difficult, quite nerve-wracking. I have a few days left where I can paint, so I think it's going to turn out pretty nice. Yeah. She has this sweet belly, full There's this one here. Key. I really have to keep this down. This is actually going down here. I'm gonna try to keep this not so vivid and not that blue. Thing there. It's very important. Shape. It's kind of limited how many colors I use. It's the mix. I think it's kind of the mix between. It's basically much of the same, but it's the amount of the different colors that is important in stuff like this. This dark underneath there. It's not much to say, is it? I saw this video just now about people doing mukbangs on YouTube, basically eating themselves to death. it's just weird how people watch people kill themselves with food. What is that? Why do people do that? Why is it interesting to watch people die? Don't get it. It's such a viciousness in modern society. People are bored to a point where they actually are willing to watch people eat themselves to death. Now what is that? It's bloody well absurd. Absurdity of it is just stunning. Anyway, I'm gonna, there's a little lumpy here. Of course this was wrong, so this was further down, like this. So that stomach is kind of a little bit lumpy. Actually it goes more down like that, but I think it's here, the problem is up here. It's not that this has to go in much, or maybe a little bit, but so let's go out like this. Yeah. When you do wet and wet, you can do different directions like this. And I tend to put on one layer and then we can do like that, do like this, and then you create the nice, what's it called again? When you go from this to this, translucent something. It's all the way down here. But this one doesn't go all the way like that. You know, there is an inner dialogue going on. Problem-solving dialogue going back and forth in my head. So if I talk out loud, and it's actually me thinking about it while I'm painting. Like this. This. There are a few places where you have more light than other places. Here. So that it kind of explains that line there. This goes a little bit up, I think. Up like this. Kind of very difficult angle. Yeah. All my friends are out, and because I throw away a lot of time, when I have time, I'm actually in painting. And it's so funny, because so typical me. I'm gonna do not do enough job when I have time, and then I basically doesn't. This. And look at that. It's funny when people say, "Oh, time goes so slow." Well, that's a good thing. If you can actually stay somewhere or be somewhere where time actually slows down, and you feel the time more in your face in a way that you. It should be the place to be, not the place to avoid, because time is the thing we don't have so much of in existence. So actually, but as we know, when time has gone, it's gone, and that's it. Okay. That looks correct. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Let's see, I'm cleaning out the mirror. And you know, when you use a mirror, you just look at the painting and the photo at the same time, and you can actually see if there's things that are totally wrong. It's easier. To be honest, it actually looks quite good. Yeah, it actually looks quite good. Seem to be pretty correct in the what do you call it? You know. Proportions. The proportions. Of course, I will shape everything way more than this. So, but I want to go up to the face now, and I want to do more on the face. And then I will work myself down towards the body, Then I'm going to do the whole background today also. At least that is the plan, because I have to go over that a few times. So to manage that, I need to get the basics in. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go back and forth on this thing many times. That is kind of where the fights usually start. You go back and forth on kind of lines and details like that. So for now I just keep it open. This one goes more out. Up here. Like this. Always think about where she is. Where's this girl? What she's doing? I have to go a little bit more out here. But, you know, I also want to make a new palette. I need a clean palette when I start on the face. And I can just transfer the clean colors over to, or the other colors over to the other one when I start doing the rest. So, okay. Okie dokie, here we are. I will now continue with the face and the surroundings around the face, and then I will go over the whole thing. The problem with oil paint is of course drying time. That's the most difficult thing when it comes to getting, if it was actually tempera, or if it was now I don't do any acrylic because I don't think it has the same texture or the same paintedness as, or gives the same as a good oil paint. Not at all actually. So yeah. And I have to create this depth. Now, when I'm kind of a little bit out of time when it comes to this painting, what happens is quite funny, you know. What I do when I'm doesn't have that much time on something, I just try to focus on how much can I actually get done. Instead of thinking, oh, I'm not going to get this done, I'm thinking, okay, how much can I actually get done? How much is it possible for me to get done in the time I have? And I think that is the right approach. Instead of thinking, oh, I'm not going to become finished. No, just do what you can and see what happens. And it's also painted wet in wet, so I can actually kind of knit all the colors on top of each other. It's a different technique than going very, very deep into detail. It's a really different take on it. And here, this. Just love this face, you know. Kind of such a shame that we broke up. I guess I shouldn't talk about that. If you don't want to see a crying artist, I just felt it and just, Anyway, that's life, you know. You can't always get what you want. And that's just how it is. I like this brushwork. It's kind of gives it so much. I couldn't, when I started out painting many years ago, I couldn't have understood how to do something like that. I didn't, it's something you basically realize over a long time. I actually like these palettes better than the other ones. Maybe I should just start using these ones. Anyway, yeah. It's almost you can look at the painting or look at the motif and you can know how to add brush or brush strokes. There is no. It's all intuition. It's all. I'm going to zoom a little bit so you can see a little bit closer to what I'm doing. She also has this. See now. I like these round pencils. So weird painting her. I've looked at this face so many times. I can almost hear myself and I think, yes. I'm just going to stand there painting today, basically until I drop, so that I get something done today. The thing is, the more you paint, the easier it gets. And as it is with everything actually in life. So, this is a little bit too big now. See? This one. These are quite expensive. This is very important to remember to wash them after every session. Became a little bit more 3D. Zoom in a little bit so you can see better. Maybe like this. I have to remember that this is absolutely not finished yet. The problem now here is because it dries, to make it dry, it is to actually be able to get in more of the nuance. So that's kind of a problem. Getting the lips right is very hard, because you have this symbol in your head that the lips are actually red, but they are not. There are nuances of red, as everything else is nuances. So, yeah. Okay. Is this longer? Yeah, maybe that's no. What is it? It's hard to know. I think I kind of made her a little bit fatter in the face than she is. Maybe I have to do something about that. She has a very round face. I call her Moon Ray, Monostol, like there was a cartoon actually, Sölpil, the silver arrow, and his sister, was this Indian thing, and his sister was called Moon Ray, Monostol, and I was kind of in love with that character when I was a child, and it was quite funny. I called her Moon, and she has kind of a very round, quite round face, kind of overgrown baby face. It's funny really, because when you see her in pictures, she seems like a baby, but when you meet her in real life, she has more of a kind of grown woman kind of character, or feel to her, or manifestation, or maybe sculptural presence. I don't know how to say it. It is. She doesn't look like a girl. She's only 25 years old. So, but she kind of feels. She doesn't look older. She just kind of feels older. Well, she kind of looks older too, but not because she looks old. If you know my point, it's not because of her skin or wrinkles or anything like that. It's just the feel to her, the manifestation of her. And she is not that small girl. She likes 172 or something tall. So she's not a small to be a girl. And I'm not tall, so it's kind of basically the same height. Maybe she's even a little tiny bit higher than me. But when I met her, I at least used to have a big ego. But that also took a hit, so what do they say? I get weak in the presence of beauty. Or you kind of lose yourself when you start falling in love or whatever, you kind of start losing your cool, and then you get weak, and then shit happens, and then you get weakened, and then you turn into a pathetic lump of emotions, and girls don't like that. Yeah, strange. There's so much to learn. There's so much to learn always, and that is a thing I think is very nice. There's so much to learn from everything from heartbreak to other stuff. So it's probably a good thing, Okay. that was better. Yeah, I'm thinking a lot when I'm painting this painting, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about her, I'm thinking about what happened. And my mind is kind of drifting a lot, as you might notice. I'm not that talkative that I'm usually am. And basically has to do with the things that happened. Now we shouldn't do any blaming or anything like that. Those things that happened could have been done differently and stuff, but you know, it's like anger and stuff. It's not really a good food. It may feel like that in the short term, that you get angry for things that happen, things that are said and stuff, but it doesn't really work over time. For that to work over time, people have to do horrific things to you. Then I can understand anger if people are really like cheating or doing, acting very, very intentionally bad. Then I can understand that people get angry, and angry can actually have a good place for people to get over someone. But I think, you know, that was bad, but not that bad. Not enough bad to justify any hatred, if you know what I mean. It's more like a sense of sadness. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't actually going to talk much about these things in this. I think it's important. People tell the truth, you know. Don't be a truth teller. If you're happy, you can tell. You can tell why I'm happy. You can tell why I'm sad, you know. Don't take it out on anyone. Don't out people unless they have really done shit to you, you know. So yeah. Down here too. I like this much better. It has this way better composition for that. So from now on I'm going to start using these palettes. I feel that is so much better, give so much better routine in. I was actually wondering about making a video where I actually paint one of my palettes on canvas and explaining how I use the colors. Maybe that would be fascinating for people. Maybe. You never know. That was wrong. really start looking like that. It's not bad. Yeah. When I start damping this down, the lights here will start popping out in a way better. Okay. So. No sounds. And put on some music. When I paint, the funny thing is that when I paint and I listen to music, and some music that we used to play pops up in a list, you know, you just feel, oh gods, you know, you just feel how deep love was. And, well, that's how it is. So in a way, this video is becoming kind of a long love letter in a way. I think with a little bit of painting in between. Talk about painting. I mean, now, no wonder my videos doesn't kind of go viral because. They are kind of slow. I mean, people are watching mukbangs for fuck's sakes. I mean, for heaven's sakes. But watching a weird artist paint and talk about love, or being in love, falling in love. Yeah, that's a stretch, I guess. Most people. Falling in love with you. La la la. So strange. Well, she did actually come back a couple of times, and she's kind of still unsure. It's not kind of totally. But at some point, you know, you have build up. There will be so many fences or leaps to jump over to kind of restart something that it just can't be done. And I kind of feel that it might have come to that point now. Where I'm not even sure if I want it back because it was so much noise. So, but you know, feelings are feelings, and they're not rational. There's nothing rational with feelings. People believe that feelings comes from you, but feelings just appear as basically randomly. Even they're worse than thoughts, because you can pinpoint where thoughts comes from if you think over where they actually come from. But when it comes to feelings, it's different centers in the brain that actually gives you that feeling. And the heartbreak and the loss, sense of loss, according to science, is basically the same trigger in the same parts of the brain as a death, an addiction. So it's not a voluntary. See here, okay, I've been working for a while with the face and everything around here. Also did some work on the background, actually yesterday. So what I'm doing now is basically Just trying to mold more detail and add in a lot of different things. So also gonna work down here. The nose I'm working with. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Maybe I should use the mirror a little bit, see if I can see any faults. It's very important. But it looks quite nice actually. It looks quite correct. There's some details that I should be working with, but despite that it looks starting to look actually quite correct. So yeah. Okay. See here. Kind of more. I think I have to work with this one until early tomorrow morning, and then I should take a break and then go back to it later. I'll sleep and then just paint. That is what I'm going to do for a few days. And it's a good exercise, I guess. Getting in the knuckles here. This. Now it's getting kind of, what happens is that it kind of dries out some places and then it's not dry at other places. So it's kind of, yeah. Yeah, this one. This one has to come out here. That's what I do. I start to correct all the small things as I go along here. And getting stuff right into the right spots. And, yeah. wet and wet. Wet as it's called. Wet and wet, yes. See here. It's the bra. This one goes all over here in a way, and back there. That's very important details actually to get in. That's the things we have to be able to pick up. Okay, yeah, I'm going silent because I'm concentrating so much. And that's probably a good thing because I usually talk too much anyway. So now I can actually get give it some rest. What I need to do is just to kind of go over it again and again and again until I kind of find that sweet spot, that right shape and the right hue and the right everything. The brushwork is kind of crisscrossing over, as you see. I go this way, I go that way, and I try to mold the paint together. And basically as a carpet of paint, a carpet of brushwork. So in this carpet or knitting, things starts to kind of go into one another, and they start to create some natural, translucent, or natural kind of, from dark to, the lines, I blur the lines more and more and more. And the more I blur the lines, the better it becomes. So, yes. The thinking eye. When you go over it again and again and again like this, soon it almost starts to dry between, because we get so much medium into it. So it kind of gets sticky as I go along. That's a very good thing. So yeah, I need to start working myself more down here and start underneath the here. Then get the brow right, the shadows, stomach, everything. I'm painting wet and wet, and I'm also going to put in that necklace, but that comes later. It's like you put that on after the fact, in a way. So it doesn't I need to get the other things right first before I put in a necklace. So this actually, I think basically it is the yellow and the reds and the stuff that I keep on going back to over and over again. So it's not that it's so extremely advanced when it comes to the color. It is just how you kind of put them together and the amount. So. Need some more yellow there. I was at the PATRON exhibition here in Oslo, and I have to say he should have used more color. I kind of liked when his paintings were way more expressive in the colors, and now I think they're kind of dull in the color, so it's a shame actually. Okay. Funny what you can do with paint actually. And I was actually wrong. I was correct the first time. There has to be a light down here to explain that shape, and it's in the bluish, reddish or violet kind of realm, like this. Give them 3D effects. It's going to be hard to get this to come and get that right shine, because it has to dry to get it to come more alive. And the hands is very important. I haven't touched the hands yet. I should do some more about that. It can be a little bit more rougher. I'll fix that in a heartbeat, so that's good. It's actually quite difficult to see exactly how the shallow there is. There's a lot of shine. The problem in this place is that it's very hard for me to see the colors, because there's so much shine from it everywhere. So I use a lot of time on actually trying to figure out what's going on. Sorry, I'm forgetting to talk. Let's see what I do here. Maybe I should have had some music or something. But I can't do that because then you get into these copyright issues. They demonetize your stuff and stuff. So, I mean, it's not much I'm earning on these videos on YouTube. So, if I also put in some interesting stuff into them, they probably demonetize them. See now. Okay, just tone it down and then bring it back up again. That's what we want to do. Crisscross. so, trying to get the right shadow. I found some brown cheese, and it tastes quite good, but it's too much sugar in it, so I can actually feel my body has problems with fuel, you know, being in ketosis, which I prefer. If you're in ketosis, the body burns fat and the brain works way better. So I need to throw away that cheese and then just go back to eating more healthy, I think. I eat healthy though. Anyway, what I'm using here when I do the shadow is basically French ultramarine, crop black, a little bit of black, and try to mix in some cleaner colors and stuff. So I just see what I can manage to get. It's quite blue actually, so there's kind of a bluish shadow there. So I can actually pour in even more of the French ultramarine and the crop black and just keep on banging it down more and more, and then I bring it up a little bit more with some yellows and stuff. Oh. So like this. So, been working a lot actually, and maybe a little bit too much. I should have filmed more. It's getting kind of better, I think, and I am building and building and building, trying the best I can to find the right hues, find the right things, and voila. Yes. You see, I'm doing crisscross. What I do is crisscrossing, almost like his taboo, from I used to use, and I kind of tone this all down, and then I will bring it back up again. You see here, trying to get this, or get some, shall we say, something. Anyway, okay, let's try to give it some and then it's a lot of blue, as I said, black in this. Voilà. find some way to kind of, these thighs were a little bit too, felt a little bit too big, and it's actually how the light is hits them, and therefore I have to build with less texture. As you go down into the dark, there needs to be less texture, and more up here. To find this balance here. Okay. this became quite silent actually. That was fun. It's only 13 minutes though. But I went into a deep silence. Forgot how. I actually did forget that I was filming. It's funny. I often do that when I paint this painting because I'm thinking a lot about what happened. All the things that happened. And you kind of try to figure it out, but it's nothing to figure out, you know. Yeah, it's strange. But then I also go back and forth here with the colors. Zo, zimzalabim en zimzalaboom. I'm forgetting speaking now. Probably a good thing. Uh-huh. Yeah, I forgot you were there. Sorry. So what am I doing? I am working on the background, trying to knit this together. I would like it to be a little bit more, shall we say, coherent, or a little bit more, what's the word? Less chaotic, more like a plaster wall. But I will do that tomorrow. I will then start, because now I'm just adding in a lot of different textures and colors. Tomorrow I will start adding some more kind of things that is actually happening in the wall, so that it gets some address in a way. It's hard enough to go all over these things to get them to stick together. It's even better when I start adding in some lines here and there, so that it actually is a wall behind there. It's not just a surface, but an actual wall. It's also a little bit more. It's a little bit more looser, the canvas now, because it's hot in here. So I guess it has loosened up a little bit. I also have to tighten that up. So, kind of one of the things I need to do. I also need to get this light to come alive. And I need to do the hands. And there's a lot of small stuff like that coming up. So see, I'm building on texture, and that is what happens when you start working over different things here. Like this and like that. I'm thinking too much. Simply thinking too much. There's something that happens to me when I paint this painting. I become thoughtful and silent. Said. Yeah. I need some more color. I think I'm going to try to do the hands. And then just to get it a little bit right. Just going to hang this one up. So let's see the hand better. I just want to give it a layer, something to build on tomorrow. That's the whole plan. Giddy up, giddy up. I'm going to use these flat pencils for that. Actually, I think it's better okay. I feel I'm starting to get tired now. Been working for hours. My neighbor is awake. The guy who makes noise in the morning. Yeah, I should use some cleaner colors here. Okay. See now. Need some yellow. Yeah. Yeah. It's never easy to work on a dirty palette. Because I've been using this palette now for the bigger things. See now what I can do. It's better. Yeah, I need to get a little bit more. Subtleness. Yeah, I was actually better. It's possible to take some liberties. Definitely. Liberty. Liberty. So. Tomorrow I'm gonna work all over this thing and get more life into it. And a necklace. I need to paint in a necklace. So important. work a little bit more. I want to do some work down there because I lack some. Like this. Even out this surface here. And then I'm gonna get some sleep, actually. I think that's a very good idea. Yeah, whatever. I need some more black again. And brand new. What I'm using now is actually a color called blue black. Because I don't want it to be too blue, so it's going to have this more neutral color, but I also need it to be kind of natural. Maybe I should move the camera a little bit. So you can actually see a little bit better what I'm doing. Yeah, it looks very blue on the camera. That's a problem, but okay. I think some ivory black will actually dampen this down. I'm using the blue black from Vikshåland, but also I'm using now lamp black from Michael Harding. So try to kind of get kind of more grayish. The lamp black is more grey, and as you can see here, kind of dirty. So just mix in these different colors. That black is very much an earthy color, and to even that up I need to use some more French ultramarine and cat black again to bring it up. It is the wall behind here, or her, is way less blue. In reality, it's actually quite kind of not a dirty color. There's no such thing as a dirty color unless you mix too many colors into one another. That can actually happen. You shouldn't mix too many. You need to have some control over mixing. It will turn out quite bad, actually. I just want to put on some kind of a layer here, which is a little bit wet, but tomorrow evening, I guess, or today evening, it will be a little bit sticky, and it will be easier for me to put on kind of the final push, because the whole thing has some wet in wet texture and some stuff like that. So that's why I'm doing this. push it down tomorrow. Push it down so the light in her body kind of lights up like a candle. I need to go over these things more. Also, will also strengthen, of course, the colors here. Ooh, white. I need more white. Giddy up. See now. Finding a way to make it more neutral. I need to add in some more of these colors. See here, I will kind of hold the brush more lightly, and then I will start pushing kind of the black and bluish into that tone here, so that I get more textures. No, they get more contrast in the. It's more like I did with the stomach here. I just keep on working on top of it. Yes. So that's how I do it. Because if you push it in too hard, it just becomes one boring surface like this. So to get it to kind of live, you have to kind of build some layers on top of each other without. Of course, they are linked together, but you don't kind of push them too far into one another. And when I go over this again, I mean, now I'm just making kind of the main thing here. So, yeah. Okay, I'm going back to do some detail work on the face and stuff. So now the thing is that I haven't the possibility to do any glazing on this. Now if I actually finish this now, I will post a file of it. And I will probably, if it's not sold, that's silly to say. But sometimes, you know, there's always something more you can do with a painting. So if I don't sell it on exhibition the first time, I'm very tempted to take it back. And my eyeglasses are so dirty. Take it back and actually do some more work on it and so maybe go into super duper detail, and that would be a totally different video. It would be a video that was kind of more focused and more, and where I basically do more of the detail work, focused detail work. What I will do now is to make segments that are shorter and more to the point also, so I don't rant for half an hour or just stop talking altogether because I go into this thinking frenzy. I'll try to kind of keep to painting. So as you see now, I'm just gonna run it. There's very nice things happening with the light. The hair is on top, the light underneath, and there are things like that that I really love working with. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Oh yeah, waha. And I don't want to overdo it either. I just want to get in a little bit more of detail. Some things are actually dried, so I need to be a little bit more careful. I'll work around here first, and then move on to things. So so many brushes in my hand now. I don't need all the brushes. Let's see. So. Okay, I think that is. So I will go with the direction with the hair, because underneath I have already the textures. So yeah. So that was nice actually. She has the thickest hair. That was one of the things I really thought was very beautiful. Thick hair. But you know, memories. Anyway, so what do I put into the hair? I want to keep it kind of open, dynamic, so I need to kind of go in and add kind of quick bursts. It's a burst of light, so I need to kind of paint it as a burst. In a way, think like that. And that actually worked in a way. So bursts, light bursts, bursts, bursts. Also try to put in some more things There's a lot of space to go over tonight, but that's how it is, and I will do my best, and I will work on this until I drop, maybe even all the way to the afternoon, where I actually have to send it off to the gallery. I might even paint that long, and that would be like 12 hours or something like that. But that's okay, you know. I am very good at setting my my thinking to if I have a deadline, I'm very good at kind of putting my head into I would almost call it a war mode. So that I can actually finish stuff. It's funny because I'm usually so distracted, but immediately when I start to come to that point where I have to focus on things, I get really good at focusing, strangely enough. That is why it's so difficult for especially my parents to understand why I seem to have such problems with finishing stuff, because it seems that I am so focused when I'm focused, and of course I am, so it's just a different state of mind actually. Okay. A little bit on the lips. The lips, yes. Now I need to clean my glasses. That's one of the things I need to do. And I need to shape these lips correctly. With this one. And then I used basically the background to shape it first. Like this. The light in the background actually explains what's in the foreground. Yes. Yes. And there is a little shadow. How I make the shadow, I use the same color, Kraplak, French ultramarine, and some blue black, and I just try to get the neons, different neons of the other colors to shape it. Yeah. So many different things here that I now start to see. You know, you start to get into the details in this way. It just, things just keeps popping up, you know, oh shit, that is wrong, this is wrong, ooh, what is this, you know, you just keep on finding new mistakes and finding new hurdles. And in the end, what is problematic with working like I do is that I have now no time to fail. Absolutely not. And that's of course is a huge problem. Okay. Somebody's eager. So. So, well, I will continue and film away. That was actually 14 minutes. Yes. Okay, here we are. I'm going to do some more around here and also on her necklace. I need to get that necklace in and kind of down about here. Maybe I should wait with that, but see what happens. Let me see. So I need to tone down this first. Maybe I should just do finish the shadows around the neck. Might be a good idea first, so there's no conflict between these things. Now there's a lot of neons here. Can I clean it up a little bit? Get the shadows to feel like shadows. The very important thing when you do shadows is that you can actually see that there's something underneath the shadows. And yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. The funny thing is that the bra is also, I need to fix that bra thing, and it's also a little bit different. I thought coming actually down here, very bright color, it shines like this, and like here. This is the point where when you work, you know that it's going to be very hard to finish it in the time I have. But you kind of just have to stand and do and fight, and yeah. Finding the right thing here. Then there's this bump. This, in a way. Okay. That's more like it. And it's good because I can actually just kind of imitate the poor thing with the shadows instead of actually painting the thing. I'm painting the shadows around it, and it works like a charm. So yeah. Okay, so a little bit more. Like this and like this. Yes. Now, maybe I should try to do some of the necklace. Maybe I should just do this first. Maybe. So I'm cycling for a little bit. I thought it was a full moon. I heard yesterday there was a full moon. And suddenly I remembered that I called her Moon Ray, or Månestråle, and I want to go out and see the moon. It wasn't there, because it's like 2:30 in the morning. So I guess I didn't calculate the fact that it's summer, so I didn't get to see the moon. So I also want to do the details in the bra. Well, actually more details in the bra. It's a nice bra. One of her nice ones, actually. Maybe like that. And then I need to kind of get this and very thin brush. Put on a little bit of light here. And so and there. I think that explains it quite well. Ah, fuck. Yeah. I need to give her some more reddish in the chin, I think. Even it out a little bit. Some way. She has this beautiful very classical face. I love her face. It's gorgeous, I think. So that is so important to me. There's two things about women that is extremely important if I'm gonna fall for them in any way. They need to have curves. Can they even be a little bit fat? My friends always tell me, oh, all the girls you like are kind of fat. Well, they're not fat, they're a little bit curvy. And yeah, they need to have this classical symmetric face. I can't really get there. It's almost sad because there's so many nice girls out there. I even had girlfriends that didn't have that face, and it's really beautiful girls, but I could really fall in love with them because there was not that deep aesthetics. And people say, oh, that is so superficial. Well, the problem is that our genome is extremely superficial. Our genome do not kind of comply with what we wish. So I might wish to fall in love with someone, might wish to be with someone, but then the genome comes in and says, nah, not so much. And it's kind of a tragedy when it comes down to it, you know. But that's how it is. It's just how it is. So, yeah. And also looks a little bit lumpy. No, it's not that lumpy. It's a little bit difficult for me to see in this light in this room. I'm going to do some changes and see what happens. Now, I was actually going to do the chain. So I'm just going to put in a little bit more contrasts. And here. So I see where the neck and the chin goes. Yeah. It's good because I need to do more shadow there because there's some hair coming down, which is actually quite brilliant. also there's light coming there from underneath. That is so important. That is kind of one of the Rembrandt effects, that you get a light underneath here that I've just thrown up from underneath there. And you just have to find the right colors. Right. So it kind of explains some of the shape, the face. Underneath like this, get my point. And then this comes up here, approximately. This is so tiring, so intense, difficult. Starting to sweat. I'm scared of screwing it up too. That's also a part of it. So I don't want to screw it up. Deirdre. And well, this becomes a long video, and I haven't even gotten to the bracelet. Yes, there's a bracelet. Then this one. I guess that's how it is. Doing a lot of other stuff. Okay, I'm gonna do that bracelet. Now it's under the cheek, there's a heart. And I have to focus on the lips. It's basically, I think, approximately here. Something like that. And you have this thing coming out and curling on her skin, like this, and kind of goes up, falls on the skin, and goes all the way back there. I even think it's going to be a little bit further down. Like approximately down here somewhere. It's not a bracelet, is it? Is it kind of, what is bracelets called? Don't remember. Don't know. Bracelet is not what they have around her arms. Jewelry. Let's call it jewelry. Her jewelry. Her heart. that's also totally wrong. That's bloody wrong. It just falls like this. I did totally wrong. That is when you kind of paint symbols instead of what you see. You have this predetermined thing in your head, and you believe that this is how it is, and it's not. That's nice. So I built some more high textures there. Now this one is not dark, it's actually some pure white. Not pure white, but some very bright thing there. And there's some here. And in between there are some orange and probably blue. So I just put in there so it can get this golden type of feel to it. Because I think it's a silver and gold thing. And there's a little blue and see now. Highlight like this. Yeah. Huh. It's a little bit too big compared to the original. But then again. Have a little break now because this is intense. But anyway, yeah, I have a break. It's 28 anyway, so okay. Maybe you saw what I did. So here we are, back again. I'm going to do some layers and do some more work on this little beauty and see how far I can get today. It's becoming quite nice, I have to say, and see what happens. I'm just going to do some more details and see what, yeah, as I say, see what happens. I was actually going to be finished with this week, but stuff always seems to happen, and it is postponed and stuff like that. So. But that's okay, you know. Yeah. It's okay. We see now. give it some more shape in the face. Give it some more, because she has this very nice face. Funny, yeah. Okay, enough about that. When you look a lot at a face, when you also paint a face, sometimes you actually feel what you paint. You can actually feel. When I touch it, I can actually feel it in my own skin. It's quite fun. Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah, let me some more red. It is quite limited actually in the color spectrum. So say it's usually yellows and reds or blue or something. It's basically, but it's all, as I said before, it's the combinations between these different colors that actually creates the shape and the natural feel to it. So yeah. Okay. So reddish, create this shadow. Usually I should actually start filming after I've been painting for an hour at least. So I haven't been doing that today, so when I start there's always a little bit of fumbling around before you actually get deep into the thing and you start seeing everything very easily. So I'm kind of in a limbo situation right now. See. KKK. 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 It's kind of getting that rounded shape, that natural, natural hues. You see, now it takes so long. The sketch is pretty fast actually up, but then you start painting more, and it very fast starts to become a little bit more, it slows down, the process becomes basically slower and slower and slower. No. Okay. There's a kind of light that hits there. I need to get in. What's also important is kind of to, if you're in a hurry and you need to finish things, then paintings never become as good as if you have a lot of time, or have some time on your hands, so you can actually do more over paints and concentrate in a calm manner. And as I always say, it's a few things that I want to do, changes to my life that I want to do to make me get more out of the time that I put in to the painting process, and that is of course taking more care of one's money, which is basically the source of freedom. It's very important to have some control over the money situation, and I've been horrible with that, so I've learned the hard way. Time to grow up, time to take responsibility, and that is exactly what I want to do. And then measuring my time, how much training is healthy for me, how much, when do I exercise, what do I place first. I used actually to, because I'm kind of an emotional exerciser, there's some wounds in my childhood, basically bad self-esteem, which are compensated for with excessive training and stuff like that for many years. And of course it cost me my hips and stuff. So that is basically a thing to also get under control, the art of less is more. And I found Stoicism to be extremely useful to get one's focus onto the things that really, really matter, and not all these bullshit distractions that is just time thief. Or life thief actually, because your time is life. There's no difference between your time and life. So yeah. funny how we can stand here year after year after year doing the same thing, basically getting a little bit better, but never actually get tired of it. It's so funny, you know, the painting is the thing that I never ever got tired of. So that's nice. This became a little bit better. I'm going to work with the whole thing here, so kind of push the shapes and stuff. And I think it's gonna, and I will just work myself downwards, getting closer and closer to something whole. Every time I kind of touch it, I tighten it a little bit up, removing it from basically a more rough impressionist painting to a more classical Rembrandt-ish painting. So yeah. Yeah, it needs more toned down. So this thing, I have to do this with the whole thing. Slowly, incrementally, building a little bit here, a little bit there, tightening it up, and hopefully it becomes quite good. Yeah. Getting a little bit more 3D. Try dye. Okay, yeah, I can't film every step, so I have to make choices here. So, yeah. Anyway, it looks better and better, so that's good. So, okay, I'm silent, thinking about something for 4 minutes. I'm kind of shaping everything now, trying to get into the last things in the face and stuff. As you can see, maybe I should zoom a little bit so you can actually... No, wait a minute. Like this. So, also gonna do the fingers on top of her here. Maybe I'll never get to actually exhibit this painting because I might have a customer for it, and that would be great. Show me the money. Anyway, we'll see what happens. To do her nails. Yes. Fingers, small details I think is quite important, but I do try to keep them kind of, I'm not going into the kind of detail that super realists do. I just try to keep it painted, but also kind of that you see that what it is, and that drawing is fairly correct is quite important to me. The likeness in the portrait is quite important. If you can't get that to stick, things aren't necessarily that good. Giving it a little bit natural thing, with some hairs going over nails, like that, and you get that transparent effect. It's quite strange to actually paint an X which you have so much turmoil with, but also it is one of my features that I'm actually capable of making when I do paint it, despite that this painting actually sends me sometimes into kind of a deeper introspection and thinking about her and stuff, what happened, and I still manage actually to keep my cool in a way. It's harder if I play a lot of music that we used to listen to, but all in all, it is also good therapy, because I stand there, I paint, I see the one in a way, while dealing with the shapes and stuff of her face and stuff. So you kind of get into this deeper grieving process, I think that is helpful because you're kind of breaking the spell, you're opening up your heart to the grief. And grief is quite strange really, because if a person dies, I saw this on the Huberman podcast, it's pretty good, recommend it. It's like how we deal with grief and loss. Now if you get heartbroken, the process of grieving is the same as if the person actually died. And my father actually had problems understanding why I was kind of grieving so much over this, and there's many reasons for that the grief was actually strengthened or made worse. But the point is that I tried to tell him that picture, I guess you miss your dead dad or mother, I told him. And he said, yeah, sometimes I do. And it was worse when he just died and your mother, yeah, it was okay. Picture that you could actually, you bury the people you love, you grieve, you feel like shit, you know, you really feel bad. But you can send them a text message and talk to them. And that is how it is to be kind of heartbroken in many ways, because it is for the brain like a death. It's horrible. It feels so bad. It's like you're pulled to cut up your heart and you just tear it apart. That is how I felt for over a month actually. Now it's kind of just subtle, more like a subtle grief with some hiccups. You can actually burst into tears out of nowhere, stuff like that. But it's not painful in the way it used to be. But I think as when you're happy, but when you, the thing is that you can actually send her a text message. And I remember she asking me why I sent her so many text messages. And I said, well, for the same reason you did. When you felt this, the same thing. When she felt she'd done a mistake and she panicked and in the middle of the night. And same thing when you suddenly start to feel that urge to talk to me or the person. It's kind of the same thing, and I find it strange. I mean, the question itself is very strange, because it would be to ask a question, why do you send me these messages? The question is obvious. I think it's an obvious, the answer is right in front of you. For the same reason you do, or would do if you were in the same situation. And if one doesn't really understand that, one has to start doubting a person's capability of empathy to actually mirror one's own feelings into another person. Of course, if people stalk people and stuff like that, you know, it becomes totally crazy. And one should be careful with that. As with, that was funny, you know, Britney Spears was marrying this guy and her ex was actually trying to crash the wedding. that is when, you know, things have gone too far. But heartbreak is no joke. It is a profound feeling of sadness and loss, and you know, you believe in something and then it's just ripped away from you, torn away, and you know. But you know, it's you know, you don't want to be with anyone who doesn't really want to be with you either. So So you kind of have to let it go. The only way is to let it go. And I wish you could have done that from the start. It was hard, you know. It takes time. But when it's gone, it is basically, and then you have to have that kind of in mind when it's gone. It would be like maybe like a sadness in a way, but it would be like a distant emotional memory. Yeah, and that's okay. If the breakup isn't too bad, if there's no real bad things or anything, that will be okay. A lot of messages coming in. Okay, so yeah. She has a beautiful face. I love that face, you know, I could look at that face for hours. I don't know why, something profoundly, the shape or something that just triggers me. It's almost like, you know, I have this other model right now. She has a beautiful face, beautiful, really beautiful. And it's the kind of face that you just can, it's like a living sculpture in a way. And you know, that is what I felt with this one too. So I kind of choose models or things I paint from the purely aesthetic. Usually, it's not necessarily personality. I mean, if it was that, there's a lot of girls I wouldn't have painted at all. So no, it's not that. Anyway, I just try to touch up this as good as I can. Of course I can always go deeper into details in the painting. But in this one I will try to keep it kind of a little bit more rougher. Rough. It's so seldom I actually, it's very hard for me to follow. The last time I was in love was over 10 years ago. And it's kind of 54 now. At some point you just have to kind of give it up and go for real true love. And true love is creativity, is the creative flow. And it's the thing, as you age, as you get older, you can't really use attention, sex, and all these things to fill up your emptiness or your sadness or anything. At some point you just have to be content with basically being alone, because you live long enough, all the people you know will die, except if you have children, but you can't base your existence on your children. Now I have a beautiful daughter that I really love and stuff, but she has to do her thing. And when I get old, I need to find that inner peace to wake up and kind of go to work on projects. So one gives life a little bit of meaning and distraction from the fact that you're basically fucked anyway. So that is what creativity and flow actually, for me, represents. That it is more like creating a distraction that keeps me from basically killing myself. There is no other distraction that can do that but my creativity. And one can say, well, you can watch Netflix until you drop, and you can exercise, and you can have new sex partners, and you can do all these things, but in the end, it is the pure and simple flow and love that will be the thing that will be with you until you drop. I believe that there was the Norwegian Princess Gemahl, Ali Ben, killed himself a couple of years ago. And I already have this hypothesis that the problem he had was that he never actually gave up the chase. And as he got older, the chase, it's easy to chase sex, partners, using drugs, using alcohol, all these things to kind of create some distractions and a way to feel happy, because sex and attention can be very seductive. There is no doubt about that. It raises the dopamine levels very high, and it is very addictive. But it's dopamine, it's not serotonin. Serotonin, which is love, demands deep connection. And when I paint, or when I love, it is the serotonin that is triggered. Casual sex, it's like eating pizza. While the healthy way to create happiness, or something that, or not happiness really, it's more like a flow that gives enough to distract you from the fact that you're, as I say, fucked. Yeah. So for me, painting is basically my favorite distraction. And that is what will keep you, maybe be able, the more you do it, the deeper you go, the more content you will become. If you try to keep up the chase as you age, you will become miserable. Because it's harder and harder to chase. Chasing dragons, chasing dopamine will not be sustainable over time. So you have to find this tranquility, as Seneca says in that book, The Tranquility of Life. Just have to find that deep flow. I've probably said that many times by now, but that is what I recommend you do. If you want to, being addicted to attention, being addicted to sex, being addicted to drugs, being addicted to drink every time you're social, going around. I tried all that, I didn't try the drugs. Well, I tried drugs, but I never was hooked on drugs. But I've done the sex addict thing. I have done the many partners thing. I've done things that would actually put me in the category of being basically a covert narcissist. And I kind of got over it through falling a few times and realizing the errors of my ways. And falling can be a very good teacher. Very good teacher. But the trick is to fall before you collapse, so that you have something to build on. And I think I actually managed to do that through the painting, through thinking. So at some point you become calm. You accept your death. You accept that life is basically pointless. You accept that you don't always get what you want. That's very important. That you're not entitled to anything more than other people. That you're not entitled to anyone's attention. You're not entitled to anyone's love. You can only hope that the people you engage with has the capacity of both a moral and a moral compass to treat you as with the golden rule, treat others as you want them to be treated. And when people do not answer text messages or say things that are bad, and it's almost like they do not understand that, as I told a friend of mine today, it is horrific to think that people are acting like, just think, every time you're gonna discard someone, every time you know somebody has feelings or whatever, before you act, before you send a text, before you should ask yourself, how would I feel if I got this text? Let's talk about lying. If you're gonna lie to someone about something, at least have the respect to tell them a lie that is intelligent enough that you would actually accept it as a truth if it was given to you. That way you at least respect people's intelligence, okay? If you tell lies to people, if you have to tell lies, or kind of not necessarily even lies, but you have to kind of change or distort reality a little bit to protect yourself or even to protect the other person. Do it in a way that is believable. Because nobody in the world is actually duty bound to believe a stupid lie. No one. And if you get angry, people actually react negative to something that is obviously a lie or a distortion of truth. You really have a problem if you get angry. That is a bad sign. It's almost like hitting somebody in the face and disrespect them totally, and then wonder why, or get angry when they kind of points out the fact that you did something you shouldn't have done, or at least should have done in a different way. So, and I think that would be basically a telltale of some kind of disorder or some kind of narcissistic trait in a person who actually gets angry when they are outed like that. So, Don't demand respect unless you treat other people with dignity and respect. Respect has to be earned. It can't be demanded. And there are way too many people who demand. Like my friend, he was dating this girl, and she hadn't answered his text messages en masse. She had just gaslighted him. She had answered for weeks, and then and then he didn't answer a text message one evening, and she got angry at him the day after. And she didn't even want to be his girlfriend. She actually had already told him that he should find another one, and she got angry because he didn't respond immediately. That is the kind of people you deal with in the world, you know. And it's really sad because it's so easy. If you don't want to be with someone, just tell them. If you don't want people to text you anymore, tell them. But don't gaslight. Don't tell them covertly. Just say it in a polite, humane way. That enough is enough, and then you just. And if the person then doesn't respect that, then you can actually stop answering or whatever. And for heaven's sake, if you actually have loved someone and there were some emotions there once, maybe one should actually have some respect for that and have the love and respect on one's had. And basically treat that person as if the love was still equally strong. I think that would be a good way to say goodbye. You know, you just treat the person with kindness. And it's sad enough that, you know, like me, I have had so many nice girls in my life. And I couldn't really give myself to them. I also think I had some narcissistic trait myself, because I did kind of keep them in a loop. I kept them kind of. I gave a lot, then I wasn't there, and then I gave a lot. So I did that push and pull thing. And I realized that now. I didn't know what it was. It was kind of just a normal thing one do, and people do that a lot actually. When you start to look at it, they break up, they hoover, they try to get back in. If they see that they'll suddenly see they are losing people, they'll try to hoover them back, and then there is a discard right after it. And I did that once with a girlfriend of mine, and I really regret it. Her name was Girl, and I did that to her. When she finally managed to pull away from me, I kind of panicked, and I pulled her back. And then after a week or two I realized it wasn't what I wanted after all, and she just broke, you know. And I feel bad about that. It's not a good thing to do. And if you know, I've been thinking about this a lot, if I know that some date or something is not going to go anywhere longer than being maybe sex or some socializing and some fun, be honest. Tell them that in the first place, because as a man, or me, I usually can know very fast if I am really deeply enough into something to be able to establish a relationship with a woman, or girl, woman, whatever. So I should always try to not act as if I was more interested. And that is of course hard, because if you tell that to them before you have kind of had the sex and the cuddle and everything, and you would probably lose many of them before it's even started. But I mean, that is an acceptable collateral damage for being an honest person. I think it's more important at this point in my life to try to override my need for attention and my inherently narcissistic traits and go for truth. The more you exercise truth, I think the more easy it will become to be truthful, because being truthful is extremely hard. Being truthful has a high cost. It's a high cost thing. You lose things. You lose that cake. You can't eat the cake and have two. And that is what lust wants. They want to have the cake and eat the cake. But then walk away from the cake, and then we want the cake back again. And we want some more cake. And in the end, we have hurt people. And that's a bad thing. Yeah, I'm sorry for not talking too much about painting, but it kind of makes me think when I paint my beautiful ex. She sure is beautiful. Huh. Didn't even take it serious in the beginning, because of age difference and stuff like that. But yeah, we had a good go. We had a lot of fun. There's a lot of emotions and turmoil for both of us. So it's like one of these things that you will really remember. And it's not that I have lacked sex in my life. I have more sex than most people have in a lifetime before I was 18. So I have no complaints when it comes to that. What is important now is to find that inner peace again, and just live life in the now and in a more stoic way. And if somebody wants to have sex with me, you're welcome. Okay, I'm going to paint some of the details in that bra, so I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and I'm just going to show you how I try to build this thing. It is the flowery thing is actually on top of the other. It's a very nice bra actually. It's kind of on top of the cloth, so it has kind of a 3D. In reality, it has a 3D effect, and that is actually the effect I would love to be able to paint in here, and yeah, Now I need to keep it at the same time as I kind of do that. I have to keep it down. I don't want it has to be open, not stuffed. And there's so many things I have to think about when I do details like that. It's just amazing, really. So yeah. Now I just try to get this approximately right. It is, as I say, I don't use I do not use any projectors or anything when I paint, so to me this is of course totally on freehand. First that, and then I kind of cross over to give it a thickness and to kind of integrate it into the cloth, so it doesn't seem like it just falls in, but I kind of have this 3D thing. And of course when you do work like this, it is quite time consuming, because I'm also very hyper when it comes to detail, and I try to make every detail count, as they say. And yeah, now, there are some small things I have done wrong. The distance between this and this is a little bit off. Stuff like that you see when you're painting for a while, and then you can ask yourself, okay, how important it is that it just becomes totally perfect. Well, that's a good question. If I would that into absolutely perfect, maybe actually using a projector would be a way to do it, but I think that is cheating. That is my sincere opinion. I think a painting should be difficult to do, and using projectors removes a lot of the difficulty, which I actually like, which makes it into a bigger challenge. So yeah, well, that is me, that is how I see it. It's not an eternal truth, it's just my opinion, as they say. I do try to differentiate between my personal opinion and objective truth. But what I know is an objective truth is that it is much harder to paint from on freehand than using a projector. But there's a lot of good projector work actually out there. But that is not because of the projector, that is because of the painter is actually good at rendering the textures and stuff like that, so it kind of compensates for the easy peasy quick fix, which it would be if it wasn't that skilled. Yeah, and that is why I think that this is kind of, maybe it should be totally perfect. Maybe, let's see. Anyway, I will keep on banging on this until I'm pleased with it, and I will work myself through the whole body, and I will work with the surroundings and see how far I get. How far I get. Now this one should have been longer up there, or maybe it is this one that is too big. It can be both. It can be one of the other. It's so annoying to actually see, suddenly you see the mistakes. And I should be more careful when I actually do the sketch work, because it would make things a little bit more easy for me. So yeah. Yeah, almost. There's a fly in here, and it's quite annoying. See now. What I'm doing now is that I paint fairly dry. It is just basically piling paint on top of paint. There's also not much highlights right there. There's a highlight down here actually, which is quite nice. But there's not much highlight up here, except from in the flower. Also, the tones in this is kind of more, well, what should I say? They are more or less, more or less, less, more. Oops, bing. Okay, I'm just going to build a little bit more here. First I do like this. Oh, yeah. Then I drag, that. And I need some Prussian blue. Yeah. Sorry if I'm not talking so much, but I'm concentrating, so I'm thinking, and thinking. I just have to line it up a little bit. Then I will remove the lines afterwards. Like this. I'll remove the lines then. Going in and dragging the line smaller, thinner, like that. Maybe I need to go over this one several times because you can see that it's going to be difficult to make everything happen today because of the drying and stuff like that. But we'll see what happens. But it's quite intense work with details like that, and fucking fly, I need to kill it. It's so annoying. I don't like to kill anything actually, but when it doesn't leave me alone. This one goes down like that, and there's this thing there, and here. Just, yeah. And there's this shadow underneath there, so. Anyway, I think you get the point, so I just go back to painting, play some music and stuff. Yeah, 15 minutes of raw painting. Should do. Okay, I've gotten a little bit further and I'm gonna work down the whole thing. Also, I'm gonna work here with the braw, with the kind of shadows going back there. And yeah, like this. I've been doing some texture work here. It has to kind of cross over all the time. I can see maybe this should be a little bit more. Yeah, I can actually see that. This one has to be kind of a little bit more like that. It can't be, because it goes out and in. So that is also things you have to do. You have to kind of follow the shape of the thing. You can't just invent your own just because it kind of looks okay. Invent your own physics in a way. You have to follow the rules of nature. And that is that this goes out and comes out a little bit more. Let's see what happens. So what I have to do is basically take my small pencil here and add that light, and this one has to be a little bit thicker. That is kind of crazy detail that I go into when I keep on going over that, crossing over from sketch and goes deeper into detail. That's the thing I go into. This one also have to be a little bit thicker. Like, yeah. So, and so. that's 2. See here, like this. There's some blue there. And this one goes more like down here. I don't know, something like that. Also I have this light on top of there. Everything kind of goes behind, but it gets very dark in there. And my book. Yeah, I'm falling out here. I'm not talking because I'm thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking actually about this girl. So strange. As I told in a different segment, it's very strange to paint a girl that you actually loved. Just not there anymore. But, well, we're in contact, but nothing. Explicit, no, explicit, yeah, whatever. Explicit? No. Whatever. So I was just thinking about us in the beginning and at the end. Strange. Well, you know, basically at the end, I guess. Anyway. So my brain tends to wander off into these thoughts. And it's a strange thing actually. It is really the strangest thing. Okay. Some red here. Now I'm really going in deep into this, and that is when it starts to become really, really time consuming, because in a way there's no end, there's no real end to what I can actually do at that point, because you could just go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper with no end in sight. And that's kind of cool also, but it can be frustrating also. So yeah. Yeah, also I'm gonna work with the skin tone. Just gonna, and the skin tone here is basically a mix between all the different reds and a little bit of yellow and the different colors I used. It's more on the light spectre, light reddish, yellowish spectre, with mixed in with some blue and maybe caplok, and so it's just, you just have to look see and use your eyes and then figure out what color you actually see, and just add it. You know, there's no recipe here, as I told you about that in another segment. Told you about that artist I used to have as a friend. Friend, it's not really a friend, but acquaintance, really narcissistic also, but, and he couldn't understand how I could actually, he thought when I put in the yellows and the reddish and everything, he thought I had this recipe, but there's no recipe. It is just color of her skin that I'm painting. And if the color of the skin was a different color, I would have painted a different color. If she was a redhead, now this girl has quite fair white skin, but if she actually were a redhead or a brown girl, you know, brown girls in the la 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 la. Anyway, I would paint different colors, a different spectre. Ah, that was nice. And then I go like this, down, 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 and I try to incorporate kind of reddish underneath here, so that there's some kind of shine. You see, I use the wet color to kind of make that line, all these two lines kind of merge more into one another. Then I go in there again. And I add even more color there. That's how I go back and forth until I kind of merge these things together in a nice way. Yeah. Now you see the brown is kind of starting to fall into your skin and becomes a more physical entity in the painting. Yeah, okay. 17 minutes. Yes. Okay, here we are. I'm going to actually let it dry for a while. I'm going to put on the Retouching Varnish from Old Holland, so I can actually see this clearer, because I'm going into the last layers. Hopefully it won't kind of dissolve on me here. If it isn't dry enough, it might dissolve a little bit. Seems like it survived now. I shouldn't go back and forth too much, because then it can actually start dissolving a little bit. You should wait quite a long time until you put on the Retouching Varnish, because you don't want it to, as I say, dissolve. But yeah, I took the chance now. The face is basically finished, and I'm just going to do the part of the body down here and the surroundings, get some more texture into the background and stuff. So hopefully I will be able to finish it, maybe today or tomorrow, so I can actually move on to my other pressing things. I have a lot to do, so I think I'm going to take some paper and maybe remove some of it. As you can see, I don't know if you can see, but what happens when you do this is that more of the, you see here, it actually dissolves a little bit. So But that's a superficial paint, and it won't really affect anything else. So yeah, maybe yeah, I think that would be good. So like this, and maybe I go do a little touch up later. The thing that is nice now is that because it dissolved a little bit, a lot of colors actually kind of, I can see the textures better. Something good actually happens if I remove it a little bit in the red, not in the light areas now. It actually works in a good way. They almost, it was almost, now it almost worked like a glaze actually, strangely enough. And yeah, so it was a lucky accident, I think, right now. Yeah. It's quite a nice face actually. Painting has become quite good. And yeah, I'll just keep on painting on it until I'm done. So yeah, I have to do more on the surroundings. I'm going to try to get more of the plaster in. But I need to see what I'm doing, so I'm just going to retouch varnish on it. So it smells like turtle. Very good smell. I love the smell. That is why I think when they call digital painting painting, it is so wrong, because it's not painting. Painting smells, okay? Painting smells like oil and turp. And you do the brushwork yourself. It's not a computer who's imitating stuff. A computer that had plotted in a lot of kind of imitations of brushwork. Brushwork is also about touch, the amount of touch. It's like playing the piano. You can't play the piano with one touch. And the amount of touch actually gives every brushwork a different thickness, a different 3D effect in the painting. And of course you can't get this in digital painting. So when we call digital painting it's just annoying. It should be, at least they could call it digital imitation painting. Something like that. At least it would be honest. So, and the funny thing, people actually think they can paint because they can use a computer program to create some illusion of painting. So it's just so stupid. Okay. So this is good. I'm not going to put on any glaze, so. So I said the glaze was kind of automatic, and kind of, yeah, even the highlight became quite natural now. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Okay, gonna let it dry for a little while and I'm gonna start painting. See ya. Okay, here we go, starting to paint. It's always a little bit difficult in the beginning. What I want to do now is to get these nuances right, get these nice skin tones in the small shapes and stuff right, like the stomach, into the right place. I actually don't need my glasses today. So always a good sign, means I have had the correct diet lately. Diet is very important for your eyes. You have too much sugar and your eyesight goes to the bin. Yeah, that is my experience. You see now, and like this. I'm also following the directions here. Do wonder if I'm going to put on one more light. Let's see how that affects the yeah, almost no effect. It's good. It's very important to have good light when you paint. Also for your eyesight is very good, so you don't get your eyesight doesn't become too much strained. It can easily be too strained if you don't have good light. I prefer to use fluorescent light, and I also work a lot at night, so I don't really have the daylight because it changes too much and it's kind of confusing, so I prefer one type of light. I remember the movie Girl with a Pearl Earring. She was going to wash the windows in the studio of Vermeer, and she was scared of actually washing the windows because it could change the light that came in from the windows, and that is actually very true. So yeah, that's the rib case. A little bit too light, I have to push it down a little bit because it has to be the same hue as up there. I also probably work a little bit more up here at the end of this thing, but for now I will do down here. Also there's a lot of blue here. Her skin is definitely bluish and yellow. She has all these nice colors in her skin. Well, as long as I walk up there, change. So it's easier for me to see when I have two photos that move for me. use a bigger pencil here. Go over these layers. This is actually not easy because there is no, as I've been saying before, there is no real recipe here. It's just me looking at it and trying to find the right color, the right mix between the red and yellow and blue. That is basically what I do. Yeah, trying to find that natural skin color or combination. There is no skin color, as I've been saying many times. I just try to find the right combination. And it's not necessarily that easy, to be quite frank. Now, yeah. Okay, let's see if I can figure this one out. Figure this one out. So, the hips. Kind of building out that. There's some more shadows behind here. The stomach is more like this. So all these nuances that I will work on all the way down. Then I will go up here, work there a little bit. Then I will do all the surroundings. And probably be done. A painting can always go a little bit further. There's no real kind of point where I would call a painting finished. Maybe it is when you have exhausted your skill wall, and you can't really get any further, that you're not good enough. You have to evolve your skills to be able to, for it to become better. And of course that is always a problem, both in life and everything. So everything we do, ja. Or is it? It's so hard to tell. The best thing is to put on some music or something that kind of put me into the flow, into deep, and then go from there. So, trying to get it down. People say often grey, but grey doesn't exist. There's no such thing as grey. What is grey anyway? Grey? No, it doesn't exist. Grey is usually some kind of bluish, some kind of shadow color. Tought color, like the secondary, the shadow circle, the shadow, basically there's a shadow, color circle, which is a kind of a reflection of the mix between the primary colors. And it's a mix between the primary colors in the amount these are kind of manifested in nature, and they are compared to how much kind of it goes to the red or the green or whatever, and you find the shadows on the same scale in a way. So shadows is basically a mix between the primary colors. And people don't really know that. That's one of the things I learned when I was a young artist in Stavanger by Sissel Koppastad, my teacher in drawing school, not actually art school. I didn't learn these things in art school. I was talking about this in art school, but I didn't really know what I was talking about. So, because the teachers there didn't really study that much color circle stuff. They were more occupied with more modern art, conceptual art, a thing that I just didn't care about at all. I wanted to be a painter from the start. From the first year I started drawing on paint. I wanted to be a painter. I fell in love with paint when I was like 22 or 23 years old, and I never looked back. It's always been that thing for me. So yeah. Okay, I will turn off the camera to keep on working. And I'll see you later. Maybe I'll just go a little bit closer. I'll do that in the next segment and go closer. So, I am now working here. I'm crisscrossing all the brushwork. I'm going back and forth and trying to build. I had to kind of cut it in here, and I had to make some changes. I saw that I had made her buttocks a little bit too fat, and it might be that still. It's very typical of me to actually exaggerate a woman's butt because I'm kind of a butt man. And yeah, I know it sounds strange, but you kind of tend to paint what you like to see. She is shaped like a woman, so she just really don't need that many adjustments, and that is basically how it is. I had kind of gone too far out, and I want this more natural shape here, and I think I'm onto it. It's very difficult to make these overgang, as it's called in Norway. Kind of make this kind of just glide into the background. So there's a shadow here, and yeah. I also see that I need to change the lighting in my studio. I tend to get a shine that is not helpful, and kind of comes from it's very stressful, this shine I get for it, because I used to have a studio with a higher roof. Actually, I wondered digging down in this place and just dig down for half a meter or something to get a higher, because it's just concrete, and you can actually make the room higher by making the floor lower. Maybe I should do that with the whole place. It would be brilliant to do something like that. But it will of course cost a lot of money, so maybe it's not smart to do that now. But someday I might do that, to get maybe a half a meter something. Then again, I don't have that many years left in existence, so there are so many things I need to do before I cash out. So see what I can get around to doing in that time. So add some eggs, clearly. crisscross over like this. And I get this natural line here. So many things that kind of happens there. And I'm quite manic when it comes to stuff like this. I go back and forth. I really also look forward to be done with these paintings because it is my ex and it has been a test on many levels, and when you have an emotional attachment to the model that isn't there anymore, it kind of becomes this kind of stoic test, I would say. And, yeah. Ruminating, sorry. Here, I'm trying to find, I need to get this, when she sits, there's a traction in her skin, a natural traction, not lines, but traction. So I'm trying to figure out a way to be able to create that traction. So it gets this. It's so important with directions and brushwork how you actually see the shape. Has so much to say for the finished result. And I'm so picky. I want everything to be just pristine. And in many ways I'm not good enough to reach that goal. But I keep trying. And remember my hero Christopher Hitchens said, when he was asked, it was after a debate, how long he was going to, on TV actually, how long he was going to do this, writing, discussing politics and stuff, and he just said, with a smile on his face, until I drop. Until I drop. And then he dropped. And his problems are done. And he gave his body to science. His wretched carcass, as he would have called it. My wretched carcass. Now I think for at least one generation that until people are basically forgotten, like my great-grandmother, I have just a couple of memories from her. I have good memories from my grandfathers, of course friends who is dead and stuff, but when the last memories of people are gone, I don't see the whole point in actually keeping graves. But the sad thing is that the memories of these people, they had a life, they were there. and they had a life like me. They were thinking thoughts. They were looking at the sunset and the sunrise and thinking it was beautiful, and they were falling in love like me, and they fell out of love, and they were heartbroken, and they found love again, and they got sick and they died, and, or sick or old and died, like I will someday. It's so strange to think about, and maybe one thing, I think maybe there should be some kind of a online, maybe there is actually, it's funny if nobody's thinking about that, creating some online cemetery where loved ones could actually place all the videos and all the memories and photos of the loved ones, and people themselves before they died could actually put in a video of themselves talking about their lives and stuff. There must be something like that, you know, like a life diary of a person. Like that is a good thing for me making all these videos, because now I have my daughter and she will probably take care of my channels when I'm gone and let them roll. Maybe by then I'm more famous, or I have more of a following, so she can actually earn some money from it, and her great-grandchildren can keep it up, or her children can keep it up, and in a way that becomes my legacy. My online legacy will become all the videos and my presence online. Just think about if Rembrandt, without me, actually, of course, I don't look at myself as a Rembrandt, or for that matter. But there are people who actually learns to paint for my things, and they also like the way I think and the way I talk. And I got some messages about that, and I appreciate if I only touch a few people and I make the world just a tiny bit better, tiny bit, not much, just a little bit. It is a great privilege. It's really a great privilege to give something like that to the world, and it's my contribution. My contribution is to make the world a tiny bit better before I go. Some of my mistakes has made the world a tiny bit worse sometimes, but I hope in the summa summarum, when it's all kind of done, that it is on a positive side, and yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm actually working with the stomach and the surroundings there, so we'll just zoom a little bit more in so you can actually see more what I'm doing. I can even zoom a little bit more in, so maybe here, maybe I'll go down there a little bit. The thing I'm doing now is basically softening things up and making things kind of fall into one another. It is a very slow process. As you can see, I could actually do a sketch very fast, but when you get into these nitty-gritty details, it is really time-consuming. I'm doing all these small things to get the right color, the right shape. It becomes kind of that silent, almost a silent and manic process, where all of my ADHD and all my extreme personality traits comes into their best place, because I can actually use my capability of being quite extreme to something positive. The good thing about having a brain like that is that when you focus it in a good way, it can become some good stuff from it. And I'm starting to see now that this is actually becoming better and better. I'm glad I didn't actually deliver it when I should, because I have gotten so much more out of it. Also on the spiritual level, if you call it that. All the thinking, all the dissonance, and actually painting this girl has really helped in a way to get over stuff and think about stuff, you know. If you ruminate when you do creative work, it can be a very good thing, because you are in a good spot both when it comes to the brain chemistry and everything, so yeah. And I love this, you know, I'm kind of working deep into these small things. And I think I want to drag down this a little bit, because I'm going to try to drag it down a little bit here. Maybe remove some of the texture. But then again, I like it when it's kind of well, maybe I should do like this and flatten the texture a little bit here, because because this is more in the background. I think that actually is better, but it's hard to know actually. Maybe I should just do a little bit like this, just to get a distance to the skin tone. It kind of becomes eternity project, because there's also always something more you can do when you come to this point. And yeah, let's see. I'm also burning off these quite fast, so yeah, I wonder how many. It's strange that I have that many years left to live, and I wonder how many paintings I will be able to do. And it's not really that much when I think about it, because it's not that many I've been able to paint every year lately. I have to find a way to focus my attention way more into this than other distractions. So let's see what happens. Anyway, when you become like 54, 1 year of your life is actually way more than if you're 20, you know, you have more throw away. Come to my age, you don't have much to just kind of spill. There's also I'm using basically the same thing. You see, I'm kind of just going in directions here, trying to find that. So I talked about before, this guy who was an artist who wondered about my skin tone painting, and I and here of course I am in the blue region, blue yellowish when I do it here. But as you can see, I just add more over, and then maybe I see something red somewhere and I go this way with some reddish on top of it again, and I just try to kind of knit it into, and if I have some reddish there, it can be good to have some greenish over that as a complementary contrast, and if you mix them together you get the shadow colors. And yeah, you just have to kind of feel it. There's no, I don't have this recipe, I just kind of feel it falls into place. I think that is the best way to say it. Yeah, might be that is actually a good way to describe what I do. It's a lot of intuition, and I also think that is definitely the best way to paint. So yeah. Yeah, and here I kind of just so I put this on top, and to get some kind of texture or something. Is it texture? Just to kind of make it natural. And you see how light-handed I am with it. And that is a clue. I think that is basically the clue to painting, that you the pressure on them could actually be and the pressure on this the brush has a lot to say how the result becomes. And I don't want any lines. That is the thing I've been doing here. I've been working a lot with actually removing the lines. But there is some kind of line there, and I'm trying to find the right hue, the right touch, and without it actually becoming stiff. Kind of getting a line there. It's not a line, it's just a tiny shadow right under her little rib. That kind of explains a lot, actually. It's very difficult because if you do too much, become closed off, and what you have to do is kind of, oops, yeah, you see. When you come to this point, there is nothing to go on, because I'm also working in directions, as you can see. Maybe I work this one in, and I'm trying to figure out, okay, what is the hue, what is the color, how do I bring these two together without there being too much contrast, because it's very subtle indeed. And you see, boom, too much, yeah. So yeah, that is. And I also want some texture behind there. I want to feel that there is something in the wall. That was also why I kind of stopped, because I didn't bring this to an exhibition, because I felt that the background would just be basically color and not have any substance. And I also want the background to have a little bit of substance. So yeah. Okay. Whew. I need some more. But it's very time consuming, and I thought I was going to be finished with this today. And then I see that, yeah, right, you're right, that won't happen. Yes, so many things I'd like to do. So little time. Do some of the, trying to do some of the thighs there. There I have to have some more shape there. There's such a subtle line there. It's not a line, it's just a subtle shadow, and I kind of scratches my fingers, and I want to get this right, but it's so difficult, and people wouldn't see that if I didn't do it, but I see it, you know. That is all what it is about. I can see this, and that's why I do it. But I'm gonna maybe I will just let it be a little bit and do some of the other stuff. Go back there and finish it up. Maybe I should actually just kind of paint the rest of the background and stuff, and go back to that last touch up after that again. Some very subtle things happening here too. She has very pale skin actually in real life. She has that farmer's daughter skin, I call it. Kind of farmer's skin. And yeah, milk-like skin. Very nice. So. Milk maiden. She's a milk maiden. That's what she reminds me of. A shield maiden, milk maiden. A little bit fat, body fat. Sweet, nice, sweet, baby fat. Which we men love so much. At least I do. I'll try to make this line there it's quite clear, very clear. But I can't just paint it. I need to kind of drag it into place. I need to drag that line. And that is a scientific method in paint. You try to figure out, okay, how do I make a line without making a line? How do I make it look natural? So that it actually looks like it is skin, and there's no end and beginning of that line. There is just kind of a fold that doesn't really have a beginning or an ending. It's quite difficult. And that is actually what makes the difference between a total amateur and somebody who has understood that simple fact that you shouldn't draw that line, you should actually kind of mold it, paint it, let it kind of just, yeah, it's not easy. Not easy at all. But it's so liberating when you actually come to a point where you say, okay, there, I got you. You've been fighting it for so long, and then suddenly something happens and you see, that's how it should be. So I have some synthetic pencils here. Do the same with them. They're more soft, so maybe I can actually get closer to what I'm talking about here. You know, I just touch it like this. Touch it so I kind of keep that woolly feel to it. Yeah, that was not good. How did I know what pencil to pick? It was totally automatic. Okay. Yeah, actually, yeah. Maybe that is a little bit too bulky. That stomach becomes a little bit too much of a, it hangs a little bit too much, and that's not how it is. Kind of, and I do like this, I drag it down to get a little bit different shape. Plus over here, can I get it in, and then I can use the background of my pencil, and I can actually go in and do like this. So many things you can do to get a better, shall we say, a more natural feel, to dissolve the colors and get it to become a little bit more natural. Naturel, oui, oui. And, you know. Voila. Blue. I saw some blue. And there's blue here. Suddenly I saw blue. Or a red. And here, it's darker. You see how incredibly slow this process actually is. And people keep asking me, how long does a painting take to paint? I have no idea. It just takes time. And if you actually add in the time it took me to learn to paint, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of brushwork to get where I am. And I'm not even close to being where I would like to have been if I didn't throw away too much time on bullshit and alcohol and wrong people and wrong girls for that matter. Yeah. So it is hard to say. You have to. So I've been doing this for over 30 years. now it's like, yeah, 30, basically 30 years since I started doing it. Actually more, 30, 32 maybe, since I did my first drawing. After my childhood, of course, I draw a lot when I was a child. I stopped and started chasing girls instead, in training. And then I started doing it in my beginning of my 20s, because of a girl actually, called Heidi, who thought I needed a hobby. And it calmed down my ADHD. It was love by first drawing, despite I couldn't draw at all. I have a video on YouTube where I talk about that, how I evolved. Quite strange actually to think about today that I evolved into a painter. Who would have known when I was a welder, training karate and boxing, and was chasing girls all the time. Those times. It's almost like it was yesterday actually. I remember we were sitting always in the same cafe with some friends. One of them died sadly of breast cancer. But and I remember when I was going to move from Haugesund to where I went to my art school, drawing school. I thought how to keep up this thing, going to this cafe and talk every day. And I remember coming back after a couple of years and I wasn't there anymore. You know, things change. And yeah, strange. Life is strange. Life is a strange place to be. Beautiful, really. So sad it's too short. Too short actually to get a lot done. But as Seneca says, the man who actually uses his time has time enough to do great things, and there might be something in that. At least it is the time I have, and I just have to try to use it the best I can. So. And so should you. Okay, I'm going to turn off this now and just keep painting. And I see you in the next segment, I hope. Okie dokie. Okay, here we are. I am now working with the wall behind. And I'm just toning it down and getting it more away from the bluish. Probably won't see that in the film because that is actually more blue than it's in reality. Usually I do paint quite blue, but this is actually a digital, I think this is taken by a digital camera, and when you take stock with a digital camera it comes a little bit different than when I take with my tungsten or my pentax with film. But anyway, I'm just working with the background. First I will just mold kind of the different things. Then I will put in some things in the background so it actually shows that there is a wall behind there. I didn't want this just to be some kind of a opaque color thing. I wanted to have a little bit of substance, so that's why I will actually paint in some small details in the background that indicates that there are actually something in the background. Yeah, that's what I'm going to Ooh. So kind of darker it is, more red in it. Red and blue, different reds. But then also I have a lot of shine here in this studio, and that's a problem. I'm going to do something here. You can see there's a big blue spot there now. I will first tone this down, and then I will go back here, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Just to make it even it out. I don't really need more than 2 or 3 layers, to 3 or 4 maybe, then some details to get this to kind of come together in something that seems to have some substance. That's what I'm doing. Let me see. Okay. I like to kind of get some kind of even thing here. Not so much noise in the background. Trying to remove some of the noise. It's quite important. So yeah. Yeah, well, you see what I'm doing? I'm basically going over it again and again and again with the pencils here. Ho. I have to tone it even more down. Different red and the blue, then more black, and then yeah. Can I just try to mix a more neutral color instead of the very blue, which I usually do. It can become a little bit too much, even for me. So it became a little bit more toned down. Now we'll go in with more darker colors to tone it even more down. But now it's kind of wet in wet. So I basically mix in the color into the color that is already there. And then I can actually go back and forth with it and then tone it more and more. Down, 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 and up, up, up. And that is how I build this. It's time consuming. I can stay around here for just a background like this, maybe for 10 hours just for a layer. And but that is okay, you know. It sends me into a flow. I usually play music or something when I do it, and it's not that hard. It's not a lot of details, so it's kind of easier work. It's more difficult when you come to a point where you actually add in more details, like in the face and stuff. That can be quite exhausting. But this work here is kind of easy, more easy at least. So yeah. That became a little bit green. And there's a lot of things out. There's some kind of plaster in the background. There's small details like that I will kind of try to get into it as I go along. Yeah. First I will make it wet, and then I will start molding. Kind of burning through a lot of pencils when I do this work. And I want the same kind of tones to be in the whole thing. So it kind of slowly goes from maybe the green to the reddish and yellow, and slowly moving between the different hues and stuff. Since they're more reddish behind there, it's way darker here. And that is the kind of things that I will start to get right as I go along. So yeah, I see now that I should have had a higher roof. Maybe I should start sitting when I paint things. Is it too high? I see that I'm actually losing some of. I can't really see all the different colors correctly. So that's just a problem. Anyway, I'm gonna just, yeah, that was enough. Okay, next time I will fill my little. Okie. Yeah, as you can see, a few hours later, it is more 3D, definitely more 3D, and yeah, I'm starting to think it's getting somewhere. Now I need to kind of differentiate. I mean, it's way more brighter here, and that's one, and I just need to tone down the shadows a little bit around here. Maybe give it some, I think it's kind of a bluish greenish thing actually. Hard to tell. Just tone it a little bit. Give it some, yeah, I want to get it up here actually a little bit more. So the shadow in the hair is way more. What kind of color is it? Is it more like a warm color? I think I'm gonna go a little warmer, reddish, maybe cadmium, and add some more light here. It's a good contrast to that because you know, since she's very bright, this is toned down, but this is have to then be pulled out a little bit more. So that's exactly what I'm doing now. Just kind of pulling. I'll come to the point where you actually, all the nuances is very small, and it makes a big difference what you do. It's almost like you can hear a pin drop, you know that expression. At some point in a painting, if you go further enough, it is basically like you can hear a pin drop. And yeah, it's quite exciting. Then you don't want to add too much. Do too much, it dies. Too little, dies. It's really hard to find that right sweet spot. Things I have to do here. I have to kind of clean up this, give this a little bit more. So I guess I'm gonna do that. I'll let it dry a little bit, and then I will go back into it and work a little bit more. It is almost this never-ending story thing, you know. You just can keep on going, keep on painting. It never ends. Always new layer. There's always a new thing you can do. I want to tone down this here. Also here is coming kind of out like this, so it becomes a little bit more natural. Here. Yes. Straight down here, the most bright part is just right there. That's where I have to put in the I actually put this too high. It should have been here. Maybe I will just do like this. Nice to have something happening in the background also. There's a lot of stuff happening in here. Some stuff happening. Oh. That's why you could actually, in a painting like this, you could basically keep on painting and painting and painting forever. There's always something more I could add. Feel of the plaster, whatever. Always something more. Using my maybe I should use the ivory black or lamp black, see what happens to that, see if that gives a different black. Lamp black is of course way more brownish. I'm going to mix some blue black into the lamp black and just see what happens. Maybe I get a different tone, more neutral tone for this. Maybe. Reddish. You know, I'm not following the secondary. Yeah, this was actually quite nice, more neutral. I'm not following the secondary color circle to the word, you know, to be absurd, because I want to keep it a little bit neutral. But I think that actually kind of collides with the rest now. I should just pull it back up again. wish I had a studio with a higher roof, less intensity. Okay, I need more blue. Yes. This. That actually makes the light way brighter. Okay, I'm concentrating, as you might understand. Really need to get that reddish up again, like that. So hard when you can do a little bit too much. Lose it. Have to find it again. Blue. God damn it! better. I have to use some yellowish and kind of give it a little bit more punch to the colors. As you can see, I drag it like this. Not making any lines now, I'm just dragging it. It kind of falls into place. Okay. This has to be darker. That's going to be a challenge. Awesome. It's actually very much in the blue. Violet blue, dark blue. Seems like it. And with some reddish in it. It's kind of a touch up and a clean up to get some more life into it, some more contrasts. There's always another thing I can do. So it is that thing, you just start doing something and then suddenly you are in this battle royale with yourself for hours, maybe even days. You go over a certain point and you just can continue. That is my, I kind of like the artist, Philipp Weber artist, a German guy who is doing super realism. And people, oh well, what's the point, you know, because he's so realistic. And what he's doing is showing how incredible the human brain is to do stuff, you know. You say, what's the point of anything actually if you don't recognize the enormous achievement of doing super realism like he does. It demands of you a focus that is basically godlike. I'm not there myself, but he really impresses me. Even if he is using a projector, he is impressive. Now, it would be even more impressive if he did it on freehand, but I don't think he is. Okay, that was better. Get some more hair behind there, some natural hair. Like this. That just falls right into the paint, so kind of just absorbed into the paint. Here too, the hair is behind there. And this has to be more neutral. Can't be blue like that or reddish. Never ending story. You remember that song? Well, I'm gonna do the last touch up now. I really think it's becoming something quite good actually. I'm just gonna do some stuff with the hair to kind of get this arm and this out from. When I see it in dark now, it's really 3D. I managed to build that thing. And as I said many times before, it is basically a never-ending story. I could keep doing it over and over and over and over, and it would never really be any point where I would stop. But you know, life is short, sadly, and sometimes you just have to finish stuff. See, you also use the background now, like this. I saw that yesterday actually. I'm going to do that little thing, and then I want to do the shadows here. There is this is when you come to the point where you really, many times you don't really know where to go, and you become like this wolf and kind of chasing. I'm kind of chasing the prey. That's how it feels. I'm not sure. I'm afraid to do too much. I'm afraid to do too little. Not too little actually. I'm more afraid to do too much. Because too little can always be fixed. But too much is worse. So yeah. So here, this one, or maybe this one. It is Saturday night actually, or night until Sunday, 17th of July, or July, yeah. August next month, so yeah, and just trying to finish this one tonight. I have many other paintings I need to finish now, so I'll just work and work and work and work and work. Get shit done. Yes. Now I want to do a little bit on the fingers. Just a tiny bit here. Around them a little bit, so it seems more natural. So they're in the back anyway, so they're not going to be too bright. This one is really thick with color. I'm trying to really get that to come alive. Okay. shadows here a little bit. Need a little bit reddish in them. To indicate that there is something behind there. I really dislike the light I have in this studio. I can't really get it right. And many of the colors that I don't see that well. That is quite annoying. That's the elbow. It's a little bit dirty. There we go. So, that was actually better. I love this silence. I'm working in this silence kind of way now. My head is silent finally. And I don't need any more bullshit in my life. Seriously. So I think that is kind of perfect. It's a little bit dissolved. It's totally okay. I think the bra has become quite 3D. Could actually maybe do some more there. I needed to get this gonna go around her body and two more on this shadow here to tone that down a little bit. It's hard to know actually because it is now very dry. That is why we should actually have more time on a painting, because it's easier to see when you can actually make it dry properly, so you can put on a real glaze and a real. If I put on more glaze now or something, I could actually risk that the whole thing dissolves, and that is not a good thing. But let's see what I can do here. So I could actually use the whole night just to do these things, and yeah. But I've been painting more lately, so I can feel that my brain is getting more used to it again. So that's a good thing. Just try to use my fingers here to get in the back of this, scrape it down. So many things you can actually do. This one should have been over here actually. Oh, yeah, something like that. No, it actually comes in like this. Let me see. Yeah, that's a rib there. It's bigger than I thought, so it's good. See now, that's better. I'm trying to slim her down a little bit, basically. I think I suddenly made her a little bit thicker. Okay. I want to do a little bit of yes. There's always some small details that I couldn't see, and then suddenly they appear when I yes. It was turned into more like a mess actually. That can actually easily happen, because here I'm working with, there's very little basically little to work with. I shouldn't have done that, I can see that now. Kind of destroyed. Make it any better. Think about it standing around doing this for hours. Hours on end. Okay. Well, I'll just have to come back to that. This is kind of it is exhausting work. But I want to go down here. Let's remove this one. Yeah. Okay. So what do we see now? Here. Yes. Oh, did I actually paint the face? And up there without actually filming it. That was great. Anyway. Well, no, I didn't. No, fine. Of course, I was doing that. Okay, I want to put in some white to the navel to get a little bit more shadow in it. Okay. And then I will do something that I told you I wouldn't do, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'll try to make a nice shadow underneath here. First I put on some darker and then I go in with some red and I make this a little bit thicker. Yeah, and then I can use my finger. And then I need some orange, maybe a little bit of white. Then I go underneath here again, because there's always a light coming from the thigh here, kind of hits basically underneath, so we get this, the light that comes kind of underneath the shadow there. The driving force to do these things are nothing less than a manic personality who is able to have this steel focus. Yeah. So now there are some things I need to do. Okay. This and here. I have to get this, there's something happening here, it's very important. I think you have a quite trained eye to see these things. Just love her stomach. It's beautiful. It almost reminds me of being kind of pregnant. I have this thing in me when I see pregnant women. It awakens all the the fighter in me, and I need to protect them. That's a good thing, I think, for my future wife. Something, maybe, who knows. Okay, maybe. Mobby. Huh. Okay, there's also a small channel. Needs here. Yes, something like that. Yeah, that's good. Anyway, I think it's okay now. Okay, 26 minutes. And yeah, it's definitely getting better. So, yay. Okay, see you next segment. Last one. Okay, here we are. I'm doing the last touch up on this beauty. And I'm just going to zoom in a little bit so you can see it more up close when I paint. I just do some evening out. I saw when I took it into the frame, actually, I could see that some of the shadows and stuff was kind of dirtied out and didn't have the right hue and the right oomph, the right power to it. So I took it upon myself to correct that before I call it a day. I think the painting itself has actually become quite beautiful. And yeah, of course, to create something beautiful, it's a good thing to have a beautiful subject or object, or however you choose to talk about your model. To me, she is probably more like a subject, since I know her. But in a sense, for me, painting is about the objective process of actually painting. That is my main driving force anyway. So if it was this girl or somebody else, kind of, I would do the same, try the same effort, or put the same effort into it. However, with some personal stuff, it kind of maybe becomes a little bit deeper and a little bit more real. But then again, it always comes down to the paint. Just because a painting has a history, a personal history, doesn't make it into a good painting. So you can't hide behind the story or anything. If it isn't, it's like Sykpike. No, not Sykpike. It's like the Scream of Munch. Everybody talks about the Scream. And me personally just think it's a crappy painted painting. That was a result of a long period of excess drinking and delirium. I'm not that impressed with that painting, I'm sorry to say. And some people may think that makes me kind of crazy, but that is my opinion. I think it's the most the painting is the most overrated, hung over, or manifestation of being severely hung over in world history. So yeah, well, yeah, delirium, they used to drink absinthe and stuff like that, so I guess he was almost psychotic when he had these experiences. And that might be a story that will fascinate a lot of non-artist people. Me personally, do not think that is of any significance. I mean, I've been drinking too much too. I never had delirium, but I've been severely hungover. And I also want to scream sometimes, especially to myself. Quit that shit, you know. It's ruining your career and your life, you know, everything. So, yeah. I'm not here to paint my feelings. My feelings is kind of manifested in the brushwork and stuff like that. Of course, I do think that I may have worked a little bit more deeper because I know her, but I'm not sure. And when it becomes a little bit personal, I might have more of that angst for not being good enough, so that it can also result into, you know, I want to show her how good I am, how, you know, I want to show her. So look at me. It's like a peacock, you know. Painting can be like a peacock's tail. It's like, look at me, I'm a good mate, or look at me. So I don't think men would do much if it wasn't for the woman in the world. I don't think we would have the motivation to do great things if it wasn't for the unconscious thought of actually making pretty babies with pretty girls that seems they can actually make pretty babies. Yeah, that was better. I need to fix her hips a little bit because I felt that her hips didn't really pan up to how they are in reality. Things are falling down. Falling down, down, down. As you can see here. Am I actually filming? I forgot that I was filming. I was ruminating so much. Maybe I should just go a little bit closer again. There. I'm ruminating a lot these days. So. What I'm trying to do here is just kind of link the shapes together. And, so it is so easy to go too far and then just kind of screw it up, and you have to start. Suddenly you have used kind of 10 hours, what should be like 10 minutes, not 10 minutes, but maybe 1 hour, 2 hours, suddenly turns into 2 days or whatever, and that can be quite stressful. This one is, I have to, if I put in too much white, it dies. If I put in too little, it dies. So you kind of have to find that sweet spot. Maybe I should actually use this one instead, so get a better view, better distance to it, and then it's easier to see. Doing and where I'm going. Just so many of my brushes get ruined by my carelessness. Yeah, there's one. I think I want to glaze it down a little bit. red mark there actually. It's quite difficult to paint it, but yeah. Anyway, I will just work with this. I don't want to make such a big deal out of this last segment because it's just kind of a touch up anyway, and I can probably do this for a few hours before I will be pleased with it. So if I'm going to film everything, I won't even be able to post this on YouTube in one file. So, and when you put things into more than one file, I think it just becomes a bloody mess, to be honest. So yeah. I'm not talking so much anyway, because thinking a lot. Also, I have to concentrate when I do this kind of touch-up work. Way more than in the beginning when I'm sketching, when everything is easy. See, I painted that mark a little bit too strong, and then it kind of just falls in, and I want it to be kind of underneath and on top of the skin at the same time. So yeah, that was actually better. I think that was it actually. Yeah. So I will shape this thigh and stuff and sign it, and then I will be done. Yay. Okay, this is definitely the last touch up. I did some here and on the thighs and the shadows, and I kind of got it to work together, so it became quite nice. And I did a little bit on the background here, just a tiny bit to kind of make it a more roomy thing, almost get some more space into it. Despite that, I think I'm done. I just want to kind of even it out a little bit. I think it's very important for it to have kind of address. If you go further than this, which I probably would, and I'm going to try to do in future paintings, I want to try to go in some paintings, try to go even deeper, to get even more into the realm of the photorealism. But the point is that I also want to keep the paintedness, which is extremely important to me, and therefore it is quite, I can't really become a absolute, I can't become a total, absolute, what do you call it, photorealist, because I use too much paint and I kind of build it in a totally different way. If you look at some of the best, there's also some textures in the background, something here, something like it just gives it a little bit more address and a little bit more wall-y feeling. Not a wall-y feeling, but wall feeling, plaster feel to it. But then again, I don't want to overdo it. I'm not going to work over the whole thing. I'm just gonna focus it kind of here. Kind of, but focus it here. Maybe a little bit in the shadow there. The shadow. The shadow. To make the kind of like this, even out the shadow a little bit. It's very easy to do too much, and then you are, as I did say, staying here for 2 days and you can't really stop. That's very typical me. Manic as I am, there is kind of, I have this extreme limitedness in me, and that also comes into play when I do fall in love and stuff. The limitlessness is just, it's very hard for me to kind of take a step back and relax and see the situation, because I'm basically raw emotion. I am emotion in action, and everything I do, everything I see, every day, every moment for me is extremely it's almost like I'm totally, absolutely alive every single moment of my life. And it's a fantastic place to be. But it's also extremely exhausting, as I usually say. If people could be me for like 5 minutes, they would like to have to take a time out for 2 days, because my brain is kind of on 24/7. And if things happens that comes from the outside, like falling in love, it all just seem to basically collapse. But as I also say, you can't possibly, I mean, there is nothing you can learn more from than falling, and falling deep in love and having rejection and dissonance and back and forth, and you don't know what's going to happen, and it forces you into this deep introspection that in the end will make you a very much better person. And that is what happens to me every time something like this happens. I go into profound sadness. There is no doubt about that. It is just horrific. But I learned so much. It is just, and my brushwork, the funny thing, my brushwork becomes better, you know. As I say, you want to learn something about yourself, get your heart broken. And then study, get to know what is actually happening in your own brain, so that you have this objective, you know, I always talk about the angels on your shoulder. You have the bad one and the good one. But you also need this third eye, the eye of deep introspection, which I can actually view these two from the outside, almost like in an objective sense, that you see the battle against the good and the bad, the needs and the reason, and then having the third eye, which is the deep introspection, to be able to see yourself objectively. But what also is very important in that situation is that you study yourself, you study why can't I stop texting, why can't I, so you go in and finding out why, acknowledging that you have codependency, rejection issues, that you are kind of hyperactive and you have all these things that works against you. It doesn't really matter. You won't be able to fix the problem. It will keep on banging in the door. It's like barn door of noise in your head. There's somebody banging on the door with a big log or something, trying to bang themselves in all the time. But you know why. So it's not that it gets any easier. It gets a little bit easier. That's wrong to say that. It gets easier, but the emotion is basically the same. We can't get away the emotion of hurt by knowing. But understanding the hurt will basically keep you from committing suicide, because you know that it will pass and you will learn. And if you think positive about anything that happens to you, basically, like Marcus Aurelius say in Meditations, take everything that the universe throws at you and make it into a learning experience. I think that is probably where you want to be as a human being, that you see it as okay, it hurts like hell. You crave her or it or whatever you're fighting. You just want it, or you just try to get away from it, or depending on what it is. And but you learn, you become better, and that is what I have learned from life. That even in the darkest hour, in darkness, it isn't. As I said once, there is no. I studied everything bad that people did or have done, and I've seen all the good. Well, not all, but I've seen the worst and I've seen the best, and I know that humans are capable of amazing things and also capable of horrific things. What actually surprises me the most is when a person, as I used to say to this girl, it isn't how you act when you want something that kind of tell who you are. It is how you act when you don't want something. That is what tells you who you are. And that is what I tell my daughter, and that is what I tell myself. That is who you are, how you act when you don't need it, when you don't want it, even if it annoys you. Even if somebody texts you and you are annoyed for a while, if you're in that mode, you don't get angry. You treat the person in a good way, because you know that this person is suffering. Of course there is, and probably has limits, but must have some limits to it, but as long as nobody is hurting anyone physically or doing anything, threatening people, whatever, I don't think there's any need for cruelty. And if you like being cruel, if that is what you get kicked from, if you like seeing people suffering, then you are a psychopath, and you are simply not a good person. You are simply just an empty shelf. You are a non-human being. You are a non-entity. And if you meet people like that, it is like trying to reason with a person who is not really there. The person doesn't really exist. So, I think if I should say one thing about existence, to what is a telltale of a person actually existing, I think it is how they act when they don't need it, or they don't want it, or they don't need to. Do you actually do charity when somebody's not looking? Do you give of yourself in an unselfish way, only when you actually want something back? Are you kind when you don't need to be, when there's nothing in it for you? And even worse, you don't even want it. So that is what I think define a person's goodness or whatever. So yeah, that is what I think, and that is what I think is important for any human being to think about before they act or before they say something, or any person with normal empathy should be able to see that. The psychopath doesn't care. The sociopath cares a little bit. But then you have the dark empath. The dark empath actually understands empathy. They just don't give a fuck because they don't have emotional empathy, or they lack emotional empathy. So everything is need-based. I need this, I act like this. I need this, I want to act like this. I don't need this, so I don't care. And yeah, so one has to find out who am I? Who do I want to be? Do I want to be good? Do I want to be bad? And if I don't care, I guess I don't exist. Without empathy, we are nothing. And I have actually been talking badly about empathy earlier, but it is just in that realm that when I say empathy faking, or people who fake empathy, they kind of do charity because it makes them look good and stuff like that. That is the fake type of empathy that I don't like people treating people badly, but they are more occupied by saving cats than human beings, or they do charity work and it's only for their narcissistic supply or whatever. So there's a lot of empathy faking, there's a lot of emotional faking. And one has to kind of evaluate which way on the spectrum one is oneself, actually. Okay, there was a lot of philosophy in this. So yeah, now I think it's done. I'm gonna sign it. Then I'm gonna make a video. And I'm also gonna do kind of show you the video, show you the painting. I'm gonna sign it first, and then I will make a video. 2 videos actually. Okay. So this is how it is right now. So here's the finished artwork. I'm going to show you a little bit closer here. More the textures, as you just saw. And it came out pretty nice, as you can see. I feel I really got into something good here with the different textures and colors. This girl has a very white skin, and a woman. She's a woman. Gorgeous woman. And it was a privilege to paint this painting of her. It is a privilege, really, to be an artist who can paint beauty like this. And sometimes even get paid for it. So with this, I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you in the next video. Okay, so with this, I beg you a fine farewell. And of course, remember to sign up on PATRON if you want to support my art and artwork. and I will teach you how to paint. Okay, here you can see the finished product and some of the textures and some of the brushwork. I do hope that you enjoyed the whole video, that you used the hyperlinks and these things in the description. It's really nice that people actually use them in the chapters, because I actually get a view every time you use them. So if you press back and forth in the different hyperlinks, it's really helpful. Now, if you want to support my work, remember to go to Patreon and sign up for $1.15. It will really help my channel and make my work even more worthwhile. So with this, I hope to see you in the next video, and give a thumbs up, leave a comment, and tell me what you think. Hey, see ya.